Good evening and welcome to a Wednesday night. It's been a whole week since we have been without you, and we certainly missed you. So just some housekeeping notes. We have some Bowman Chrome that got released today. Very excited about that. Both the Bowman Chrome and the Bowman Chrome HTA release. And we're doing 32% off of all of those products, in addition to the Donruss Optic basketball that released on Friday. Would love to get into that. There's been some phenomenal pulls out of that over the course of the last couple weeks or of the course of the last few days that I've seen. Also, some crappy news. Donruss Optic baseball was supposed to release on today, and now it got pushed to 10/6. This is the third time it has gotten pushed. It was originally the middle of August, then it was September 1st, then it was September 22nd today, and now it is October 6th. So hopefully that will stick in, or will stick. We'll see what happens there. But that being said, we've got some absolute baseball to get into. I hope y'all are grabbing a beverage. I'm going with some Southern Tier pumpkin this evening. Some Southern Tier pumpkin to get started this evening. As I figured, it is my birthday, so I can have a little beverage or two while on the show tonight. Alrighty. That being said, before we dive into this, some of our other discounts we're running. The birthday special is for that Break 810 mixer. That is the Chronicles Hobby 2020 and then 2021 Contenders draft picks. In addition, the Donruss Optic Football Hobby Hybrid H2 just sold out. I'll have to get more of that in-house. But we do have the 2020 Prism Football up on the site. We have a pick your team that's up there. And then we have our first tiered random. And we did a little different take on it. So for $190 a spot, you'll get one team out of tier 1 and one team out of tier 4. And then for $95 a spot, you'd get one team out of tier 2 and one team out of tier 3. So we changed it up a little bit, and the reason we did that is due to the prices. The Prism Football is super expensive. It cost us a bunch of money, and I'm trying to make it so that there's as many opportunities to buy in, so that price can drop down a little bit. Thank you so much for the happy birthdays in the chat. I definitely appreciate that. And with that, let's get started. The first break of the evening, our first break back from vacation. This is number 1369, the 2021 Absolute Baseball One Boxer. And we have two new members of the BT community in here. We have Kyle with the Baltimore Orioles, and then Alexander with the Tampa Bay Rays. Welcome to both of you. Thanks for joining us. And y'all can always use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. And for those of you that are new, we do have the schedule right underneath my face right here, so you can see when your break is on the schedule. Right now, right after we finish our last pre-scheduled break, we're gonna have a Court Kings card random, and then two of the Bowman Chrome breaks as well. Very excited for that. Alrighty, folks, let me hide our memorabilia / autos, and then we will get started. We have Chris Bryan of the Chicago Cubs going to Carissa, followed by Xander Bogaerts of the Boston Red Sox to Carissa as well, just a different, or no, same Carissa. Then we have based on the email, then we have Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics going to Matt, followed up by a Clayton Kershaw of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Carissa. Then we have Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays, and that is going to be going to Alexander, followed up by a Javier Baez, 42 out of 99 of the Chicago Cubs going to Carissa, followed up by a power Jim Thome of the Cleveland Guardians headed to Eric, and then a extreme team Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays heading to Alexander. So out of this first pack, the 2 numbereds are going to the 2 new members of the BT community. And let's see what we've got here. Our first memorabilia is going to be a Tools of the Trade, and that is Red Schoendienst of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Felicia. That's not going to be numbered right there. And now we are going to move on to our next card in this pack. Pack/mini box. And it's going to be out of 60. And here we go. It is Travis Blakenhorn RC. A little Travis Blakenhorn rookie auto right there. And that is of the Minnesota Twins, and that is going to Carissa. And now we're on to the second mini box in this break. Alrighty, we have Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros heading to Carissa, followed by Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals to Felicia, Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees to Daniel, Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Trevor's Story of the Colorado Rockies headed to David, followed up by Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals headed to Daniel. And then we have Tony Lazzari of the New York Yankees heading to Daniel, followed by a Freddie Freeman out of 149 of the Atlanta Braves going to Jordan. And then a Frank You Ain't Got No Chance of the Chicago Cubs, a little unsung heroes going to Carissa. And our next Tools of the Trade is going to be a little Jackie Bradley Jr. of the Boston Red Sox, and that is heading to Carissa as well. Yeah, and I think, Brett, for that Prism break, we still have the Chargers and the Bengals available. You can go hunting after Burrow and Herbert, both of which seem like a great investment based on their starts to the season. All right, our auto is going to be out of 99, and it is going to be Mr. Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers, and that is headed to Jordan. With that little rookie auto out of 99. All righty, let's run down some of the parallels and inserts, and then we'll dive into our featured cards. So we have the You Ain't Got No Chance, Frank, with the Chicago Cubs, a little unsung hero going to Carissa. The out of 149, Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves to Jordan. And out of 149, Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays to Alexander. A power, Jim Thome of the Cleveland Guardians to Eric. And then Javier Baez out of 99 of the Chicago Cubs going to Carissa. And now on to our featured cards. First, our Tools of the Trade. We have a Red Schoendienst of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Felicia, and Jackie Bradley Jr. of the Boston Red Sox to Carissa. And then our 2 rookie autos are out of 99 and out of 60. The out of 99, Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers is going to Jordan. And the out of 60, Travis Blakenhorn of the Minnesota Twins is going to Carissa. And with that, we are done with this nice break, 1369, the 2021 Absolute Baseball 1-box Pick Your Team. We'll be right back with some Topps Chrome Baseball. Alrighty, folks, we are back with some Topps Chrome Baseball. Some Topps Chrome Baseball, and we're going to get right into this one. This is break 1370, the 2021 Topps Chrome Baseball 1-box Pick Your Team. And we got a bunch of newbies in here, but it does look like some of them have multiple teams, so we'll just try to introduce them once. Thank you to Trey for joining us, Steve for joining us, Kevin with a bunch of different teams, Brent with the Los Angeles Angels, Nicole joining us with the New York Yankees, in addition to some other teams, and then Jay with the Tampa Bay Rays and some other teams as well. Thank you for joining us for the first time. Let's get ripping right here. Let's go chasing some refractors and some autos. Alrighty. We have the Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed up by a Matt Olson of the Oakland Athletics. And we're going to have the refractor, Kevin Biggio of the Toronto Blue Jays right there. And that is going to be heading to Benjamin, followed up by Sin-Cho Chu of the Texas Rangers. Then we have a little Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers, followed by Albert Pujols of the Los Angeles Angels. And then we are going to have a 35th anniversary edition, and that is Mr. Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres, and that is heading to Kevin right there. Nice hit right there with that 35th anniversary edition. And then we have a Tanner Houck RC of the Boston Red Sox headed to Mr. CEO. Hey, John, thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate that. Alrighty, then we have a little George Springer to get started of the Astros, followed by a little Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals. And here it goes. Our rookie auto is going to be Tyson Miller of the Chicago Cubs. And that is going to be heading to Cynthia. Nice hit right there. A little Chicago Cub for the win. Then we have a Chris Paddock of the San Diego Padres right there to get things rolling. We have a Jose Abreu of the White Sox, Jock Peterson of the Dodgers, a silver refractor Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by a Ryan Mountcastle RC, Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles, and that is heading to Trey. We have Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, a Christian Javier RC of the Houston Astros to Kevin, and then we have a Prism Rhys Hoskins of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Nicole, and we're following that up with Jacob deGrom of the New York Mets. Brandon Lowe of the Rays, followed by Gleyber Torres of the Yankees. A little Future Stars Nick Solak of the Texas Rangers headed to Kevin. Nice hit right there. A little second baseman for the Texas Rangers. And then we have a Tristan McKenzie RC of the Cleveland Guardians headed to Christopher. Yeah, it seems like the photo is making it look extremely long. We have Brady Singer RC of the Kansas City Royals going to Kevin, followed up by Chris Sale of the Red Sox, a refractor Luis Diaz of the Miami Marlins going to Benjamin, followed by Kyle Seager of the Seattle Mariners. Then we're going to go with the Nick Castellanos of the Reds, a Sixto Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins, followed by a 35th anniversary edition Pete Alonso of the New York Mets going to Kevin. And then we have a Kyber Ruiz RC of the Dodgers heading to Kevin as well. Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, Ryan Weathers RC of the San Diego Padres going to Kevin. Following that up with a Future Stars, Mike Abreu of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Jay. And then we have a Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants. Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants. And folks, we have 2 basketball breaks coming up at the end of our first round of pre-scheduled breaks, and we still have a couple teams available there. And I would tend to believe that you will get them cheaper buying them right now than you would normally if you wait to have them auction off. John Means of the Orioles, Carlos Correa of the Astros. We have a Mike Moustakas of the Cincinnati Reds refractor headed to Cynthia. Following that up with a David Peterson RC of the Mets going to Kevin. Thank you, Spangs. Great to see you back. We have a little Rogden Odor of the Rangers, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. of the Rays, a Prism Adonis Medina RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Nicole, followed by Victor Robles of the Washington Nationals. Kevin Newman of the Pirates, Zach Greinke of the Astros, a baseball David Ortiz, a Dominican Republic version of the Boston Red Sox, headed to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees right there. And that is going to be heading to Nicole. Will Smith of the Dodgers, followed by Marcell Ozuna of the Braves. A future stars Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics going to Christopher. And then Luis Castillo of the Cincinnati Reds. We have Andres Jimenez of the New York Mets going to Kevin, followed RC, followed by Ramon Laureano of the Athletics. A refractor, Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Jay, and then Wilson Contreras of the Chicago Cubs. Trevor Story of the Rockies, a Nick Montagrill RC of the Red Sox, followed by a Prism Christian Yelich of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Melissa, followed by a little Adalberto Mondesi of the Kansas City Royals. And I'm sorry, I think I said Red Sox for Nick Montagrill, but those are the White Sox. We're going to have a little Luis Araz of the Twins, followed by Lance McCullens of the Astros, a baseball Yasmani Grandal of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Steve, followed by Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals. Wilson Ramos of the Mets, Chris Bubich RC of the Kansas City Royals, headed to Kevin. Refractor Luis Brinson of the Miami Marlins, followed up by Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays. Then we have an Evan Longoria of the San Francisco Giants, followed by a Casey Mize RC of the Detroit Tigers. And then a 35th anniversary edition Xander Bogaerts of the Boston Red Sox to Mr. CEO. Following that up with Trevor Bauer of the Reds. And we have 2, 4, 6 packs left right here. It's 24 cards. Joey Votto of the Reds, Javier Baez of the Cubs, a refractor Ozzie Albies of the Atlanta Braves, and that's headed to Ben, followed by Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners, and that is going to Nicole. And folks, if you like baseball, take advantage of my birthday discounts for 32% off the Bowman Chrome releases. Bowman Chrome has released today, and we've got, I think, 2 breaks on the schedule right now, and then we have 4 more boxes available to break this evening. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, and it looks like we have a Ketel Marte, and that is going to be a little gold wave out of 50. Gold wave out of 50 of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. Followed by a 35th anniversary edition of Mr. Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves going to Ben. And then we have Jeff McNeil of the Mets. We have Alex Bregman of the Astros, Eric Hosmer of the Padres, and our next rookie auto, that's going to be Letty Tavares of the Texas Rangers. And that is going to be heading to Kevin. right there. And we're going to follow that up with a little Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox. And we have 3 packs left here in this one. A little Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs headed to Cynthia. And then we're going to have that purple. And that is going to be out of 299, the 299 Christian Yelich of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Melissa. Following that up with Justin Upton of the Los Angeles Angels going to Brent. And Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros. We are not going to have a show tomorrow. Our next show is Friday. We did not have one yesterday. We're going to move away from the daytime shows for the fall. Bryce Harper of the Phillies, followed by a little William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Ben. Following that up with Charlie Blackmon, and that's a prism of the Colorado Rockies right there. And then JT Realmuto of the Phillies. Manny Machado of the Padres, followed by a Sam Huff RC of the Texas Rangers. And then a Prezimio Power, William Contreras of the Chicago Cubs. And that is going to be heading to Cynthia right there. Nice hit right there. Headed to Cynthia. And last but not least, it is Kevin Biggio of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Ben. All right, let's run down these rookies. We have Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers, followed up by William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves, a little Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, Evan White of the Mariners, Casey Mize of the Tigers, Chris Bubich of the Kansas City Royals, Nick Montagrill of the White Sox, a refractor Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays, Andres Jimenez of the Mets, a prism Adonis Medina of the Phillies, David Peterson of the Mets. Then we have Ryan Weathers of the Padres, Kybert Ruiz of the Dodgers, Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, a refractor Luis Diaz of the Marlins, followed by Brady Singer of the Royals, Tristan McKenzie of the Guardians, Christian Javier of the Astros, Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles, and Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox. And now on to our featured cards. 2 of our better inserts. We have the 35th anniversary edition Fernando Tatis Jr. and then a little baseball, David Ortiz of the of the Boston Red Sox. Then we're going to have the gold refractor out of 50. That's Ketel Marte of the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's going to be 18 out of 50, heading to Mr. CEO. And then last but not least are our 2 rookie autos. We have Tyson Miller of the Chicago Cubs headed to Cynthia, and Letty Traveris of the Texas Rangers are heading to Kevin. Alrighty, folks. With that, we are done with break 1370. We will be right back from BT Field with some football. All right, we are back, and are you ready for some football? Because I am. And we have our first auction of the evening. We are auctioning off the Buffalo Bills and the Carolina Panthers. And given that Buffalo-Carolina connection, we're going to auction them together. The bidding will start at $5, increments of $1. And how this works, folks, is we will... Yeah, Jax, no problem. I will, John, if you can just send me a little note to go check out Jax's Bowman Chrome purchase, I will get that refunded for you, no problem. All right, $5 and $1. How this works, just start your bidding, and then soon we'll do a countdown, and then 30 seconds. That countdown will be 30 seconds. Any bids in that window will trigger a 15-second countdown, and we have to go a full 15 seconds without it to a rock and roll. What do we got for the Bills and Panthers combo? Go get you some Josh Allen right there. Get a Marquez Stevenson RC, some JC Horn RCs as well. I know Sam Darnold not looking too bad for the Panthers. Maybe chase him a little bit as well. Five from David Tucker. Do we have 7? $10 from Todd. 10 from Todd. Do we have 11? Do we have 12? All right, 10 from Todd, and we'll start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in this window will start a 15-second timer. If we make it all the way through, it goes to Todd. Saw that, Haley? Saw 8-10. We'll get that on the schedule for sure. Alrighty. Todd, congratulations to you. You can pay via the link in the chat right there. And you know what, John? We may as well do our next show, our first keyword of the night, while we wait for that. Alrighty, folks, this is a continuation of last week. So the prior keywords will be there right there. And then, Haley, if I'm still breaking at 80, then I did something very wrong in my life in terms of me being in front of the camera. I don't know how many years of night work I have in me. I'm not really cut out for that, especially after we get married and God willing have children. Alrighty, here we go. Alone is the keyword. Pawn Stars is incorrect. Still 20. Yeah, because Chronicles is short. Dog the Bounty Hardcore Pawn is correct, Mr. CEO. We do have a Venmo, Todd. 1 second. Let me tell you what that one is. Our Venmo is just at BreakTraders. At BreakTraders. So I've got it open. As soon as you send it, let me know, and I will double check it. Here we go, Mr. CEO. Let's see what you've got. Thank you very much. We're gonna have a little Illusions football, some 2019 Illusions football for Mr. CEO. We have a Rashawn Gary of the Green Bay Packers, followed by an Antonio Brown of the Oakland Raiders. That was short-lived. Then we have a Clellan Ferrell, RC, defensive end of the Oakland Raiders. Following that up, we have Darius Geis of the Washington Redskins. And then we have a little Ryan Finley, RC, of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed by Mr. Josh Rosen of the Miami Dolphins. I bet they wish they had Josh Rosen to take the beating that Tua was given by the Buffalo Bills. Todd, we are still waiting on your payment. Mr. CEO was at that game. The Bills' defense looked elite, I thought. I was thrilled with their defense, unhappy with their offense, but such is life. Can you check PayPal to make sure he hasn't sent it via PayPal?
Sure.
Alrighty, folks. While we wait for Todd, we will just randomize a loan. Oh, there it is. Never mind. We will randomize a loan after this break. Here we go, folks. This is break 1371. Break 1371, the 2021 Certified Hobby One Box Pick Your Team. Huh? Yep. We have a little Allen Robinson of the Chicago Bears to get started. And then we're going to have a Najee Harris out of 199 of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that is going to be heading to Tracy, followed up by the filler card right there. Then a seal of approval, Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. I've got it. Of the New Orleans Saints headed to Cynthia. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts and Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Little James Robinson of the Jaguars, followed by a Joseph Osai, and that's out of 149 of the Cincinnati Bengals are right there, headed to Clint. And then we have an out of 99 Justin Jefferson graffiti headed to Haley. We have Mr. Fractured Ribs himself of the Miami Dolphins heading to Michael, and then Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. Thank you, Todd. We have Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals, and it looks like we're going to have our first memorabilia right here. A gold team, Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts, followed up by Mr. Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns and Matt Ryan of the Falcons. And here we go, folks. It's going to be a Ram, and that is a Jacob Harris rookie patch auto, the freshman fabric out of $2.99, and that is heading to Matt. Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed by a graffiti James Robinson of the Jacksonville Jaguars, headed to Zerk. And Jesus, can they feed him more? It is terrible out there. Followed up by A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans, Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. And here we go. It's going to be another Jacksonville Jaguar. And that is going to be a new generation Trevor Lawrence patch out of $2.99. Trevor Lawrence out of $2.99. Be interesting to see what those are going for on eBay right there. I know just the patches aren't incredibly valuable, but I feel like any numbered Lawrence can be all right. Granted, who knows, after the first 2 weeks, you got to think him and Zach Wilson's stock has dropped. We have a little Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins, a Damian Harris out of $2.99 of the New England Patriots, headed to Anthony, followed up by a Delvin Cook, dark horse of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley right there. And then we have Joe Burrow of the Bengals and Kirk Cousins of the Vikings. Thank you, Mr. CEO. And while we are about to break into the second half of this box, thank you to Drew with the Arizona Cardinals, Jake with the Chiefs, Mark with the Raiders, Justin with the Jets and 49ers, and Jay with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for joining us for the first time. We appreciate you, and you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. We have Jamison Crowder of the New York Jets to get started right here, followed by a graffiti CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys to Jeremy. Then we have a little Jalen Reagor of the Eagles and T. Higgins of the Bengals. And here we go, folks. Our next hit is going to be a Jason Witten mirror signatures 2 out of 5 of the Dallas Cowboys. 2 out of 5 of the Dallas Cowboys right there, and we will mag up that boy for Jeremy. And a little sizzle sticker to get things going right here. Nice. We have a little DeAndre Swift of the Lions, followed by a Kelvin Joseph RC of the Dallas Cowboys out of $2.49, heading to Jeremy. Then we have a filler, a Stars, Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs, heading to Jake. Then we have Mr. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings and Carson Wentz of the Indianapolis Colts. Carson Wentz spraining both ankles. What an unlucky guy right there. Myles Garrett of the Browns, DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers, and then we're going to have a gold team out of $199, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, heading to a Matt, followed up by Derek Carr of the Raiders and Devontae Parker of the Miami Dolphins. Ryan Tannehill of the Titans, a little Davis Mills out of 25. Davis Mills out of 25 getting his first start tomorrow night for the Houston Texans, and that is heading to Todd. Following that up with a Stars, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants, and that is going to be going to Cynthia, followed up by Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, and Baker Mayfield of the Browns. Cam Akers of the Rams, followed up by a gold team, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, to get things started, headed over to Jay. Calvin Ridley of the Falcons, and Russell Wilson of the Seahawks. And then here we go. It is a Miami Dolphin, and that is Tua out of 299. And that is heading to Michael. Alrighty. Let's go look at these rookies. Let's run these down. We have Kelvin Joseph of the Dallas Cowboys out of 249, heading to Jeremy. Out of 149, it's Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Clint. And then out of 199, it's Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Tracy. Next up are featured cards. We have two quarterbacks. We have the Tua out of 299 and Davis Mills out of 25. Tua of the Miami Dolphins going to Michael. Davis Mills of the Texans headed to Todd. And then we're going to have two rookie patches. We have the Trevor Lawrence New Generation patch of the Jaguars headed to Zerk. And Jacob Harris out of 299 with the rookie patch auto of the Los Angeles Rams going to Matt. And then last but not least, the 2 of 5 Jason Witten mirror signatures of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Jeremy. And with that, we are done with break 1371. We'll be right back from the BT field with some Donruss Hobby Bait Football. We're back with some Don Russ football, and we have one team to auction off. One team to auction off here, and that is going to be the Carolina Panthers. We'll start the bidding at $5 in increments of $1. And folks, while we still have some teams available, please go in. We are going to give you 20% off the remaining teams in 1373 via this link. 20% off the remaining teams in 1373 and 1374 via the link. The code is 1373-1374. And folks, with that 20% off on those remaining spots, I would bet you're going to get that for cheaper than you would in the auction. Do we have $5 for the Carolina Panthers? Alrighty, doesn't appear we do. So what we will do is we're going to randomize the Panthers. Type loan in the chat. Type loan in the chat, and we'll randomize it, and the winner will get Panthers.
Thanks.
Loan. John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Hello Fish Boy. Halo Fish Boy.
Halo Fish Boy. Halo Fish Boy, let us know if you're already in a break this evening so we can match up your username, but in the meantime, I will just type it in there. Halo Fish Boy. Alrighty. Here we go, folks. This is break 1372, the 2021 Panini Donruss Hobby 1-box break 1372. Some vets, J.K. Dobbins right there getting it started for the veterans. Then we're going to have a little Shaquille Griff, Travis Kelce, a Jarrett Patterson RC. Jarrett Patterson RC to get started. And then we're going to have that no-namer, and that's going to be Mr. Trey Sermon RC of the San Francisco 49ers going to Daniel. That Jarrett Patterson went to Cynthia. We have a Legends series, Peyton Manning of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cynthia, followed by the champ is here, Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, headed to Kenneth. Oh, John, can you get those names loaded?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Haley. Those names are getting loaded right now. Getting started with our veterans right there. Little Emmanuel Ogba of the Dolphins. We're going to have Zadarius Smith, a little Tua, followed by a Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings to get things cooking right there. And that is going to be headed to Haley. And then we have a out of 89, a little number, Kadarius Toney, 52 out of 89 of the New York Giants, headed to Cynthia. Then we have the rookies, Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Chris, and Dan Marino of the Miami Dolphins. Dan Marino of the Miami Dolphins to wrap things up in that pack. I would love, you asked for it, and it came. We have Prism Football up there. We have that Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid that's going to go fast, or going to break tonight. But yeah, would love to see it break. Obviously, those more expensive breaks sometimes move a little slower, but would love to see it get moving. DK Metcalf, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers. We have a Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Cynthia, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers headed to Halo Fish Boy with that portraits. Then we have Michael Thomas Elite Series of the New Orleans Saints and a highlights DK Metcalf of the Seattle Seahawks. I would love to see that tiered random move as well. Max Crosby of the Raiders, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, a little Sammy Darnold right there of the Carolina Panthers to get things started with our veterans. And a little Julio Jones. And we have Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams headed to Christopher. A red press proof Michael Vick of the Atlanta Falcons. A Dominators Michael Thomas of the Saints. And a little Marshall Falk of the Los Angeles Rams going to Christopher. Melvin Gordon of the Broncos right there to get things started. We're going to have a little Deonta Johnson, followed by a little J.C. Horn rated rookie of the Panthers, headed to Adam. Followed up by a little Tom Brady out of a career number touchdown pass. And then we have a Gridiron Kings rookies, Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, headed to Cynthia. Followed by a little power formula, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants to Cynthia as well. And then a retro series, Ozzie Newsome of the Cleveland Browns going to Christopher. Yeah, and I mean, everyone said Josh Allen was a bust after year one. So, yeah, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have an absolute trash team around them. So, like, there's nothing, I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. That little Joe Burrow without the helmet. And then we're going to have a Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre Stevenson, a rated rookie right there of the New England Patriots, heading to Kenneth. And then welcome to the big show. Out of 500, that is Mr. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. And that is going to Haley. Following that up with the rookies, Jacob Harris of the Los Angeles Rams going to Christopher. And then we have a little Hines Ward 2001 throwback right there of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens right there to get things started. Followed by a little Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, headed to Adam. Followed up by Von Miller of the Broncos without his helmet on. Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers. A little portrait, Larry Roundtree of the Chargers to Christopher. Followed by a Zeke Elliott Power Formulas of the Cowboys and a retro series, Michael Strahan. And then here we go, folks. This is going to be an All-Pro Kings, and it is going to be a Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns, and that is headed to Christopher. Alrighty, and before we get into this, I just want to welcome Kyle and Robert to their first break with BreakTraders. Thanks for joining us. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order to get things going with us. Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Joe Namath of the Jets, Gregory Rousseau, welcome to the NFL with 2 sacks last week, going to Kyle right there. Followed by a red press-proof Pat Firemouth of the Pittsburgh Steelers, headed to Zerk. Then we have a little Dominators, TJ Watt of the Steelers, and Michael Vick of the Atlanta Falcons with that 2001 throwback. Olivier Vernon of the Browns right there to get things started. Following that up with Peyton Manning of the Colts, Corey Davis of the Jets. Then we have that little Tommy Tremble, our rated rookie of the Carolina Panthers, to Andrew. A Devontae Parker press proof out of 100 of the Miami Dolphins going to Michael. Then we have Mr. Danny Jones with that Elite Series of the New York Giants going to Cynthia. Followed up by a Tom Brady highlights of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Kenneth. And could Danny Jones have done any more to try to win that game for the Giants last week? What a terrible, terrible drop by Darius Slayton. That offsides call seems like it was bull crap. Like, what an interesting, what a game by Danny Jones. That holding call on his run was absolute garbage, in my opinion. But that is just me. We have that Dez Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans and that is headed to Cynthia, followed by a Terry McLaurin of the Washington football team out of 500. Then we have Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the rookies, headed to Zerk, followed up by the 2001 throwback Howie Long of the Raiders. Little Andy Dalton to get things started right there. Then we're gonna give a little Rob Gronkowski of the Bucks, Tom Brady of the Patriots, followed up by Jeremiah Owusu-Kamara of the Cleveland Browns, and that is headed to Christopher. Then we have Adrian Peterson with that all-time Gridiron Kings, followed up by an Elite Series rookies, Travis Etienne Jr. of the Jaguars, followed by a Retro Series, Drew Bledsoe of the New England Patriots, going to Kenneth. And here we go. Here is our auto, and it's going to be out of $2.99. That is Mr. Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Kevin. Can we have a little bit of Mo Alley Cox in my life? Da-da-da-da-da. Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, Joe Schobert of the Jags, a little Christian Darrisaw rated a rookie right there of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Haley. And then we have a little Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts with that red press proof to Cynthia, followed up by a Nick Bosa Dominators of the San Francisco Giants. Then we have Mr. Troy Aikman with that 2001 throwback of the Dallas Cowboys, going to Chris to right there. And we have 6 packs left. 6 packs left in this break. I feel like Haley's one of the fastest in terms of always on the lookout for new breaks. Brett Favre of the Packers, Alejandro Villanueva of the Steelers. We have a little Greg Newsome of the Cleveland Browns, going to Christopher. And then we have the John Elway die cut press proof 4 out of 25 of the Denver Broncos, headed to Christopher as well. Cool card right there of Mr. Elway, followed up by a Legend Series Brian Urlacher of the Chicago Bears, and a road to the Super Bowl. That is Robbie Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Urban Meyer does not seem like he's built for the NFL. Great college coach, but I don't think he's like Saban, just not built for the league. And there's nothing wrong with that. Go be the best in the business at the college level. Tyreek Hill with that photo variation. Then we have a little Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos RC, heading to Chris, followed by a Dwayne Eskridge portrait rated rookie of the Seattle Seahawks, going to Chris as well. A Dominators of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Haley, followed up by a 2001 throwback Mike Vick of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Kenneth. Getting started right there. Little Joe Montana, Devontae Adams. Then we're going to have Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Kenneth. Lamar Jackson, right, of the Ravens, followed by a Josh Jacobs of the Las Vegas Raiders, headed to Cynthia. Then we have the champ is here, Ryan Suckup of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we have 3 packs left in this one. Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, Travis Fulgham of the Eagles, Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, followed up by TJ Watt of the Steelers, Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys, a little Shi Smith rated rookie of the Carolina Panthers, going to Adam, followed by a red press-proof Stephon Gilmore of the New England Patriots to Kenneth. Then we have the Action All-Stars Minka Fitzpatrick of the Steelers and a 2001 throwback Larry Fitzgerald of the Arizona Cardinals. And we have 2 packs left in this one. Little Allen Robinson to get things cooking right there. Followed up by Mr. Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb. And then a Davis Mills RC. Davis Mills of the Houston Texans going to Cynthia. Getting his first start right there. And then a Gridiron Kings, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Jalen Waddle, Elite Series rookies of the Miami Dolphins headed to Michael. And then we have a little Kenny Moore highlights of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cynthia. I have not pulled any marbles yet. Trey White of the Bills, James White of the Patriots, DeForest Buckner of the Colts, Chase Young of the Washington football team, followed up by Khalil Mack of the Bears, Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, a little Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos going to Chris. And then Mr. CEO, better get ready. It's another out of 500. This one out of 500, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Followed up by the rookies, Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots to Kenneth. And a little Andre Johnson 2001 throwback of the Texans. I have not. All right, let's run this rookie rundown. Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Davis Mills of the Texans, Shi Smith of the Panthers, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a portraits Drain Eskridge of the Seahawks, Seth Williams of the Broncos, Greg Newsome of the Browns, Christian Darrisaw of the Vikings, the Elite Series rookies Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Jeremiah Wasu-Kamara of the Browns, the rookies Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers, a red press-proof Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills, portrait Larry Roundtree of the Chargers, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, Jacob Harris, the rookies of the Rams, Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots, Jamar Chase, Gridiron Kings of the Bengals, J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, Tutu Atwell of the Rams, the portrait Terrace Marshall Jr., Chris Evans of the Bengals, Javonte Williams of the rookies, Kadarius Toney out of 89 of the New York Giants, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, the no-name Trey Sermon, and then Jarrett Patterson of the Washington football teams. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the John Elway die cut out of 25. 4 out of 25 of the Denver Broncos heading to Christopher. And then we have the Justin Fields out of 500, the Gridiron King, Zach Wilson, and the out of 500, Zach Wilson of the Jets. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Mr. CEO, and Justin Fields of the Bears to Haley. And then our last 2 hits of the evening, we have the All-Pro Kings Myles Garrett, and then the Kenneth Gainwell autograph. Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles going to be heading to Kevin, with Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns going to Christopher. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1372. We'll be right back with the hardwood with some Revolution basketball. Alrighty, folks, we are back and we are ready to rock and roll with some Revolution basketball, some 2020, 2021, and this is break 1373. Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Tyler Hero of the Heat, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, and Anika Okongwu Astro of the Atlanta Hawks are right there, headed to Zerk, followed up by a Skylar Mays RC of the Atlanta Hawks heading to Zerk. Well, two Atlanta Hawks rookies to get things started in that first pack. Would love to see some Optic basketball break, which is why it's included in the 32% off discount. Jimmy Butler of the Heat, De'Aaron Fox of the Kings, Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors, followed up by a Shockwave Revolution, Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks going to Brad. And then here we go, folks. It is going to be a Xavier Tillman, and that is going to be a Galactic RC. And you know what Galactic means? That means it's getting the sizzle sticker of the Memphis Grizzlies heading to Twan. What a hit right there. Intergalactic. Intergalactic. And Twan being new to BreakTraders along with Ross, Matthew, and Kevin. Thank you for joining us for your first breaks with BreakTraders tonight. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. Yes, John, that Justin Fields out of 500 and the Zach Wilson out of 500. I need you to put those in mags.
Okay.
Here you go.
Is this the Zach Wilson?
Nope, out of 500 one. Al Horford of the Thunder, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, Miles Turner's of the Pacers. Then we have a little Josh Green impact of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Brad. Following that up with a Sadiq Bey base RC of the Detroit Pistons headed to Carl. Little Mike Conley of the Jazz, Kobe White of the Bulls, Xavier Tillman of the Nets. Then we're going to have a Jalen Smith Groove RC of the Phoenix Suns headed to Kevin, followed up by a Vortex Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets going to Twan. And now we have 4 packs left. You have to take it out of the penny sleeve. Perfect. Aaron Baines of the Raptors, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, a Supernova Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat headed to Cynthia, followed up by a Zeke Nnaji RC of the Denver Nuggets. Zeke Nnaji of the Denver Nuggets right there going to Zerk. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, a little Gordon Hayward Groove of the Hornets right there, heading to Ross, followed by a Vortex, John Wall of the Washington Wizards, and that is going to Eric. Colin Sexton of the Cavs, followed by Aaron Gordon of the Magic, Zach LaVine of the Bulls, Donovan Mitchell with the Astro of the Utah Jazz, followed by Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, going to Eric. And here we go, the last pack in this one. Davis Bertrand of the Wizards, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Gordon Hayward of the Hornets, a Goran Dragic Astro of the Miami Heat, followed up by a Rookie Revolution Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns. Alrighty, let's run these down. Our veteran parallels, the Astro, Goran Dragic, and Donovan Mitchell, followed by a Groove, Gordon Hayward, to get things cooking. Then we have our inserts. We have the Vortex, John Wall, the Supernova, Jimmy Butler, the Vortex, Kyrie Irving, and the Shockwave Revolution, Luka Doncic of the Mavs. And then we have our regular rookie rundown, Denny Avdija of the Wizards, Zeke Naji of the Nuggets, Sadiq Bey of the Pistons, and Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks. And following that up, we are going to have a Rookie Revolution, Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns, heading to Kevin. The Astro, Aniko Okongwu of the Hawks to Zerk. The Groove, Jalen Smith of the Suns to Kevin. And the Impact, Josh Green, that's going to be number 65 out of 149 of the Dallas Mavericks, headed to Brad. And then on to the featured cards. Featured cards, we have a little Memphis Grizzlies Xavier Tillman Galactic. Xavier Tillman Galactic of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is heading to Twan, and we will be right back from the hardwood with some Revolution basketball. That is the end of break 1373. We are back with some Prism Fast Break. And we will get rocking and rolling on this. But first, we have to auction off the Celtics, the Boston Celtics. We'll be starting the bidding at $5 in increments of $1. $8 from Cynthia. $12 from Mr. CEO. And here is where you can find our Donruss Optic basketball breaks right now. They'll be on the homepage here in just a moment. I apologize about that. 12 from Mr. CEO, and we're going to start the 30-second countdown. Any bids during this countdown will trigger another 15-second timer. Jacks with 15, which means we'll definitely have another 15 seconds on the clock. $16 from Mr. CEO. $20 from Jacks. Here we go, 15 seconds on the clock. Any bids will trigger another 15-second countdown. And it appears that Jax has them. Alrighty, Jax, you know what to do. The link is in the chat. And we're going to do our next show keyword giveaway. Are you ready, John?
Yes.
Alrighty, folks, here it is, the new show. The first keyword is America. America. No correct guesses so far. No correct guesses yet. Guessing has ended. Guessing has ended. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. This is going to be a break number 1374, the Panini Prism Fast Break Basketball. Dante DiVincenzo to get started with the Bucks, followed by Kendrick Nunn of the Miami Heat. Kendrick Nunn of the Miami Heat to get things rocking and rolling. Followed up by a red DeAndre Hunter, and that's going to be out of 125 of the Atlanta Hawks, headed to Felicia. Then we got Joel Embiid of the 76ers and Mike Conley of the Utah Jazz. Speaking of the 76ers, Ben Simmons no longer wanting to be part of that organization. Philly fans just running the poor guy right out of town. Robert Covington of the Rockets, a Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons RC headed to John right there. Then we have a Langston Galloway of the Detroit Pistons, a Disco Lynx Dort of the Oklahoma City Thunder, followed up by Otto Porter of the Bulls. Patty Mills of the Spurs, and Fernie Simmons of the Trailblazers. A little Tyler Bay RC of the Dallas Mavericks, followed by Mr. Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies. And that is heading to Josh, followed by Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets. Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, followed by Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers. Then we're going to have the blue Dante DiVincenzo out of 175 of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Ben, followed by Mo Bamba of the Magic and Dennis Schroeder of the Oklahoma City Thunder. DeAndre Hunter of the Hawks, a Yudoko Azubuike RC of the Utah Jazz headed to Zerk. Colin Sexton of the Cavs, a Disco Hassan Whiteside of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Adam, followed up by Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans heading to Daniel. D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, an Aaron Naismith RC right there of the Boston Celtics headed to Jax, followed by a throwback disco LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers heading to Samuel. And then we have Jeremiah Grant of the Denver Nuggets. DeAndre Bembry of the Hawks, Bruce Brown of the Pistons, a purple Trae Young. That's going to be out of 75 of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Felicia. Following up with a Chris Dunn of the Bulls and Steven Adams of the Thunder. Nice, that LeBron, not a bad hit right there. Followed up by Kevin Looney of the Warriors and Emmanuel Quickley RC of the New York Knicks. Followed by Mr. Isaiah Stewart, the Emmanuel Quickley of the Knicks going to Dustin, and Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons heading over to John. Followed up by a Disco Magic Johnson. And then we have Mr. Wesley Matthews of the Milwaukee Bucks. Yusuf Nurk of the Trailblazers, Aaron Baines of the Suns. And here it goes, a disco. He came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets. And that is going to be going to David. David in his first break with BreakTraders getting the huge LaMelo Ball hit. And we'll take a second to recognize David with the Hornets, Brian with the Bulls, Kyle with the Orlando Magic, Adam with the Trailblazers, Mitchell with the Kings, and Bella Home Boutique with the San Antonio Spurs. And that is going to be the variation, which means that is magtastic. That was probably going to be magtastic without that variation right there. What a nice hit that is. And that is going to get a sizzle sticker. Then we have the fearless Jason Williams of the Sacramento Kings, following that up with Jaren Jackson of the Memphis Grizzlies. Kevin Porter of the Cavs, Zach Collins of the Trailblazers, and here we go. It is Akita Bates Diop with the fast break signatures of the Denver Nuggets, and that is going to Dustin. Following that up with a little throwback disco Anthony Davis of the Los Angeles Lakers. Nice hit right there. As well, we've got the dual throwbacks discos for the Lakers heading to Samuel, followed up by Austin Rivers of the Houston Rockets. Torrey Craig of the Nuggets, Enes Kanter of the Celtics, a silver Jordan Poole of the Golden State Warriors. Then we have Tomas Satoransky of the Chicago Bulls, followed up by Patrick Beverley of the Clippers. Bismack Biyombo of the Hornets, a Vernon Carey Jr. RC, also of the Hornets, to David. Then we have a little Cole Anthony RC of the Orlando Magic, followed by a Disco, and that is heading to Kyle, followed by a Disco Royce O'Neal of the Jazz, and Terrence Davis of the Toronto Raptors. DeMontis Sabonis of the Pacers, Daniel House of the Rockets, Jonathan Isaac of the Magic, a downtown Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans, headed to Daniel right there, followed by Josh Okogie of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And we have 5 packs left in this fast break box. I'm sure CEO's in that Prism Football PYT. Ish Smith of the Wizards, Kelly Oubre of the Suns, a red Rui Hachimura out of 125 of the Washington Wizards, followed by Frank Ntilikina of the Knicks and Mitchell Robinson, also of the New York Knicks. Harrison Barnes of the Kings, a Zeke Naji RC of the Denver Nuggets, going to Dustin. Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, a Disco Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls, headed to Brian, followed by Troy Brown Jr. of the Washington Wizards. Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs, Thomas Bryant of the Wizards, a Robert Woodard II of the Sacramento Kings, followed by a Fireworks Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, and then we have Mr. Lou Williams of the Clippers. Terrence Ross of the Magic, Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, a blue Mitchell Robinson out of 175 of the New York Knicks, and that's going to be heading to Dustin. Anthony Davis of the Lakers and Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, and we're on to our last pack. Reggie Bullock of the Knicks, a Grant Riller RC of the Charlotte Hornets, going to David. Nick Richards of the Hornets RC as well to David. And then we have the Disco Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers, headed to Dustin, followed up by Ben Simmons of the Philadelphia 76ers. Alrighty, let's run down these Prisms. We have the blue Mitchell Robinson, and that is going to be 45 out of 175 of the New York Knicks. Rui Hachimura out of 125, that's going to be number 26 out of 125 of the Wizards. The Dante DiVincenzo, that's going to be 69 out of 175 of the Milwaukee Bucks. And then DeAndre Hunter with the 21 out of 125 of the Atlanta Hawks. And here we go, our rookie rundown. Nick Richards of the Hornets, Grant Riller of the Hornets, Robert Woodard II of the Kings, Zeke Naji of the Nuggets, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, Vernon Carey Jr. of the Hornets, Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons, Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks, Aaron Naismith of the Celtics, Udoka Azubuike of the Jazz, Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks, and Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons. And now we're on to our featured cards. We have the Downtown Disco Zion plus the purple disco out of 75 Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks to get started right there. Then we have 2 disco throwbacks of the Los Angeles Lakers, LeBron James and Anthony Davis of the Lakers, both going to Samuel. And then the final featured cards, we have the fast break auto, Keta Bates-Diop of the Denver Nuggets, headed to Dustin. And then he came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets with that disco variation going to David. And with that, we are done with break 1374. We will be back in 5 minutes with some more basketball. Here we go, folks. This is going to be break number 866, the 2021 Court Kings card random. Let's first randomize the users so that we can then randomize them to you, or then randomize the cards to the users. We're going to randomize it 6 times. Oops. Six times on these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alrighty. Mr. CEO, I apologize. I will get that out to you tomorrow. I meant to email you all about the insurance, and I totally forgot. That is on me. I apologize about that. We do have them all in-house. They're right in my office, and I will pull those in here and show them to you as well. Let's rock and roll in this Court Kings break. Here we go. Getting started. We have the Kristaps Porzingis. Kristaps Porzingis of the Dallas Mavericks is card numero uno. Following that up with a little Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, which is going to be card number 2. Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, card number 2. Number 3 is going to be a Nikola Vukovic of the Orlando Magic. Nikola Vukovic of the Orlando Magic right there. And that is card number 3 to get things started. Obviously, we do randomize the cards to match them up with the members of the BT community in this break right afterwards. Maestros, Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets at a 149. Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets at a 149 is card number 4. Following that up, we're going to have our first memorabilia, and it is going to be a Rookie Expressions Onyeka Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks. Atlanta Hawks are right there, card number 5. And after that, Onyeka Okongwu, we will have our next hit, and that is going to be Isaac Bonga holding court of the Washington Wizards. Right there is card number 6. And that is 63 out of 99. I'm going to double check that Rookie Expressions is not numbered. Alrighty, our next card is going to be a work in progress rookie, and that is Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors, card number 7. Following that up, We're going to have a little Pascal Siakam with the points in the paint of the Toronto Raptors. Pascal Siakam of the Toronto Raptors is number 8. And then we have Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns RC is card number 9 right there. And then last but not least, it is going to be a Grant Riller RC of the Hornets. Grant Riller of the Hornets. Alrighty. Let me type these in, and then we will do the randomization. Porzingis, Morant, Vukovic, followed up by Kyrie Irving. Then we have the Okongwu, Bonga, followed up by Malachi Flynn. Then we have the Pascal Siakam. And then the last two are going to be Jalen Smith and Grant Riller. Alrighty, how many times are we going to randomize these? 4 times on that randomization. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alrighty. We will get started. We will run it down. Card number 1 going to Mick Chilton is going to be the Isaac Bonga of the Washington Wizards. Card number 2 heading to Brendan is going to be the Nikola Vukovic base of the Orlando Magic. Card number 3 going to Pascal Siakam. Pascal Siakam, points in the paint going to Dan right there. Followed up by number 4 going to Brett Diddley. Brett is the Ja Morant base right there. Then card number 5 headed to Sherwin is going to be the Kristaps Porzingis base of the Dallas Mavericks. Card number 6 headed to Phil is going to be the Malachi Flynn Works in Progress RC of the Toronto Raptors. Then we have the Rookie Expressions Onika Okongwu headed to Sherwin. And that is card number 7. The Grant Riller RC, card number 8, heading to Mitch Stren 72. The Kyrie Irving out of 149 heading to Sherwin Dale. Sherwin, all right there. And then last but not least, we have the Jalen Smith RC heading to Mitch Stren 72. Alrighty. That is the end of break 866. We'll be right back from BT Park with our first Bowman Chrome break of the night. Alrighty, folks, we are about to dive in to some Bowman Chrome. Exciting stuff right here. Finally time to get rocking and rolling on this one. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 1398, the Bowman Chrome Hobby a 1-box division random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this one. It's going to be 7 times. 7 times on that randomization. Basically a T-Man personal with Adam tossed in here as well. And boom, there it goes. Adam with the AL Central and T-Man with the rest. Alrighty. As we open these, John will get the teams loaded for us. We've got the master box with the 2 mini boxes in each one. And here we go with 6 packs in the first mini box. A little Fernando Tatis Jr., followed up by Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays. A summer camp, Reed Detmers of the Los Angeles Angels, and that's going to T-Man. Followed up by Emerson Hancock of the Mariners and Jeremy De La Rosa of the Nationals. Just such pretty clean cards right here. Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels, Jose Altuve of the Houston Astros, a Dawn of Glory, Lovier Peguero of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to T-Man, and that is a nice little rare hit right there. Followed up by Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals and Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds. Debbie Garcia RC of the New York Yankees right there, and that is headed to T-Man. Followed up by a 40-man futures, Matthew Allen of the New York Mets going to T-Man as well. Jarren Duran of the Red Sox and Kristen Robinson of the A's. And we're going to have a orange shimmer, or just an orange out of 25. And that is going to be Mr. Bobby Witt Jr. with that Bowman Ascensions. Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals going to Adam. 12 out of 24 or 25 right there. Andres Jimenez RC of the Cleveland Guardians going to Adam, followed by Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers. And here we go, folks, our first auto. It's going to be a Bowman first, Sean Aroby of the San Francisco 49 Giants, and that is heading to T-Man. Then we have a Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics, Bowman first right there, headed of the Oakland Athletics to T-Man, and then Pedro Leon of the Houston Astros right going to T-Man as well. We have a Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals to T-Man, followed by a Christian Pache RC of the Atlanta Braves to T-Man. Then we have Oswald Peraza out of 150 of the New York Yankees. And that is going to T-Man as well. Out of 150 right there. Then we have a Miguel Bleis, a Bowman first of the Boston Red Sox, going to, you guessed it, T-Man. And then Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Minnesota Twins going to Adam with that Bowman first. We're on to the last pack in this mini. Shane Bieber of the Cleveland, Keston Hiura of the Milwaukee Brewers. A 40-man features Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox, followed by a Bowman first, Alexander Vizcaino of the New York Yankees headed to T-Man, and then Jordan Adams of the Los Angeles Angels. And with that, we are on to our second mini of this Bowman Chrome Break 1398. Pete Alonso of the Mets, a little Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, a summer camp, a Royce Lewis of the Minnesota Twins headed to Adam, followed by Tristan Casas of the Red Sox and Jeremy Pena of the Houston Astros. Well, Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels, followed by a Joe Adele RC. Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels as well. That's going to be heading to T-Man. Followed up by a Christian Hernandez, Bowman first out of 199 right there. That is the fuchsia. And that is of the Chicago Cubs headed to T-Man. Followed up by Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics and Julio Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners. A Ryan Jeffers RC of the Minnesota Twins heading to Adam, followed by Bobby Delbeck RC of the Boston Red Sox to T-Man. Then we have the 40-man futures Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics going to T-Man, followed by Austin Martin of the Blue Jays and Matt Manning of the Detroit Tigers. And here we go, folks. We have 3 packs left. We have a little Sixto Sanchez RC. Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to T-Man, followed by a Tristan McKenzie RC of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is going to be going to Adam. Following that up with Tyler Freeman of the Cleveland Guardians and Brennan Davis of the Chicago Cubs. And then we're going to have an auto out of 299. That's going to be a Bowman first, Adam Kerner of the San Diego Padres. And that is heading to T-Man. And on to that, we have 2 packs left in this Bowman Chrome break. A little Casey Mize RC of the Detroit Tigers going to Adam, followed by Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies. A Nolan Gorman out of 499 of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to T-Man as well. Then we have a Bowman first, Luis Torbio of the San Francisco Giants to T-Man, and a Bowman first, Miguel Urbina of the Minnesota Twins going to Adam. And we're on to our last pack in this break. Christian Yelich of the Brewers, Kevin Newman of the Pirates, a 40-man futures Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles to T-Man, followed up by Bowman first, Luis Rodriguez of the Los Angeles Dodgers to T-Man, and then Alejandro Mochika of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to T-Man as well. Alrighty. Let's run these rooks down. We have Casey Mize of the Tigers, Tristan McKenzie of the Guardians, Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins, Bobby Delback of the Red Sox, Ryan Jeffers of the Twins, Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels, Christian Pache of the Braves, Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, Dane Dunning of the Rangers, Andres Jimenez of the Guardians, and Debbie Garcia of the New York Yankees. And now on to our Bowman first. We have Alexander Mojka of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Luis Rodriguez of the Dodgers, Miguel Urbina of the Twins, Luis Toribio of the Giants, Christian Hernandez out of 199, Alexander Vizcano of the Yanks, Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Twins, Miguel Bleis of the Red Sox, Pedro Leon of the Astros, and Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the Dawn of Glory, Olivier Peguero of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and then the out of 25, Bobby Witt Jr. Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals going to Adam. Olivier Peguero of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to T-Man. And then we have our two autos. We have the non-numbered auto and the out of 299. Adam Kerner out of 299 of the San Diego Padres going to T-Man, followed by Sean Roby of the San Francisco Giants, and that is going to be going to T-Man as well. And with that, folks, we are done with the first Bowman Chrome break of the night. We will be right back with a Pick Your Team. We're back and ready for a Bowman Chrome Pick Your Team. But before we do that, I want to take a second to show you something new on the site. So if you go to our site, and this just happened to be, BT Rewards has launched. You get $5 off for every $100 you spend. All you do is go to the BreakTraders right there, that little rewards right in the bottom right corner of the page, and then you join now, and you can sign in right there, or if you don't have an account, you can join right there. That Mosaic Basketball is a pre-sale. That is not, it said it released on 9/17. I apologize, I've got to update that. We do have it correct on the break calendar. That is actually not going to be dropping until November 3rd now. November 3rd. I apologize about that, Adam. You can shoot me a message if you want to a refund on that. All right, well, we have done America. Have we randomized America yet?
We have not.
All righty, America. Drop America in the chat. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Postman 240.
Postman 240. Looks like he's in the next break here, and he's getting a little Diamond Kings baseball blaster. A little Lou Gehrig of the New York Yankees, followed by Matt Carpenter of the St. Louis Cardinals, the team heroes Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, Ted Williams of the Red Sox, and Jacob Nix of the San Diego Padres. All right, folks, let's get some crap moving here. Let's get some more Bowman Chrome. We got 2 3-team randoms with 6 spots left. We have those Prism football hobbies, only 10 spots left right there in that tiered random, and I apologize that it doesn't show how many spots are available of each. I can get that information though on the back end. But remember, folks, here's what we've got rocking and rolling. We've got the B-Day specials, and those B-Day specials include those tiered random 32% off. That's only going to last tonight. 32% off. Those prices is phenomenal compared to what Prism Football is currently at in the market. You know, I also extended that 32% off to our new releases because as much as I enjoy getting gifts on my birthday, I enjoy giving them as well. Which is why if you find me on Facebook, you can go and donate to the United Way on my behalf. Just $3.20 is all I'm asking for there. Thanks, Harry. Great to see you. And then we got some UFC breaks for 30% off as well. But enough with that. Here we go. This is break 1397, the 2021 Bowman Chrome Pick Your Team. Six packs in this first mini box. Little Jesus Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins, followed by Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds right there. Then we have a Summer Camp Novelli Marte of the Seattle Mariners going to Harry, followed up by Reed Detmers of the Los Angeles Angels and Hydbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers right there. We're on to our second pack. We have a Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to T-Man. Sam Huff of the Texas Rangers going to Gavin. And then out of 25, it's going to be Mr. Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles going to Carl. And to finish off that pack, we have Nick Gonzalez of the Pirates and Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays. Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, Kyle Lewis of the Mariners, a 40-man futures Patrick Bailey of the San Francisco Giants, followed by Christian Santana Bowman first of the Detroit Tigers going to T-Man, followed by Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Carl. Jesus Luzardo of the Oakland Athletics, Jorge Solo of the Kansas City Royals right there, followed up by a Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins and Robert Hassel of the San Diego Padres. And here's our next auto, and it's going to be a Pedro Pineda out of 249 with that Bowman first of the Oakland Athletics going to Daniel. Jose Ramirez of the Guardians, followed up by J.D. Martinez of the Boston Red Sox. Then we're going to have an Austin Martin out of 125 of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to T-Man right there. Following that up with Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals and Patrick Bailey of the San Francisco Giants. We have a little Bryce Harper of the Phillies, George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays, a 40-man futures, Mick Abel, keep your elbows off the table of the Phillies, heading to David, followed by Nick Lodolo of the Cincinnati Reds and Garrett Mitchell of the Milwaukee Brewers. And here we go, folks. We are on to our second mini box in this Bowman Chrome break. Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, followed by Keibert Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers RC, heading to Daniel, followed by a summer camp Josh Young of the Texas Rangers to Gavin. Then we have Eduardo Garcia, Bowman first of the Milwaukee Brewers to Carl, and a Kevin Amade of the Chicago Cubs going to Daniel. Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Daniel RC, followed by a Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies. And then we're going to have a Dawn of Glory, Ji-Hwan Bae of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Phil. And that's a box hit right there. Followed by Hosea Gray of the Los Angeles Dodgers and Edward Howard of the Chicago Cubs. Geraldo Perdomo, RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks, followed by a Max Meyer out of 499 of the Miami Marlins, headed to T-Man. Then we have a little 40-man futures, Max Meyer again of the Marlins to T-Man, followed by Marco Luciano of the San Francisco Giants and Jared Kelly of the White Sox. Javier Baez of the Cubs, followed by Juan Soto of the Nationals. And here we go. It is Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals auto, and that is headed to T-Man. Following that up with Oswald Peraza of the Yanks and Alec Thomas of the Diamondbacks. Brian Reynolds of the Pirates, followed by Vlad Guerrero of the Toronto Blue Jays. An Austin Meadows out of 299 of the Tampa Bay Rays, headed to Daniel. Then we have that Bowman first, Carlos Colomarenza of the Tampa Bay Rays and Makar Perez of the Seattle Mariners. Yadier Molina of the Cardinals, followed by Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins RC right there. Following that up with a little 40-man futures, Jeremy De La Rosa of the Washington Nationals. Then we have Yiddi Cape, Bowman first of the Marlins, and Christian Hernandez, Bowman first of the Cubs. The Marlins going to T-Man, the Cubs to Daniel. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down, and then we'll go through the Bowman first. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, Geraldo Perdomo of the Diamondbacks, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays, Keibert Ruiz of the Dodgers, Sam Huff of the Rangers, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Tyler Stevenson of the Reds, and Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins. And then we have Bowman first, Christian Hernandez of the Cubs, Yiddi Cape of the Miami Marlins. Right there. Yiddi Cape of the Miami Marlins, followed by Mikel Perez of the of the Seattle Mariners, Carlos Camarans of the Tampa Bay Rays, Kevin Amade of the Chicago Cubs, Eduardo Garcia of the Brewers, Luis Medina of the Milwaukee Brewers, and then Christian Santana of the Detroit Tigers. And we're on to our featured cards. Would love to see some Donruss Optic tonight as well. First, we have the out of 25 and then the Dawn of Glory. Dawn of Glory, Ji-Hwan Bae of the Pittsburgh Pirates to Phil, and Adley Rutschman out of 25 of the Baltimore Orioles going to Carl. And then our featured cards, we have the 2 autos, we have the non-numbered, and then we have the out of 299. Out of 299 is Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics. Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics. And then we have Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals. Armando Cruz going to T-Man, and the Oakland Athletics going to Daniel. And with that, we are done with break number 1397. We will be back from BT Field in 3 minutes with some Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid. We are back and ready to rock. So it looks like for the 2020 stuff, I better get a mixture of like hobby hybrid stuff and also some hobby stuff. But Prism Fast Break, or not Prism No Huddle was like only a few $100 less than Prism Hobby, so I figured we would try to rock and roll with that one. So I will make sure to try. Maybe I'll grab some Fast Break as well. And then I'll also get some of the Donruss Football Hobby Hybrid for some cheaper, smaller breaks as well. Alrighty, well, let's do our next keyword. John, what do you say?
Okay, just a moment.
You give me the thumbs up when you're ready to go. Alrighty, it is Germany.
Oh, Haley got it.
Haley with it. Haley gets it. Man in the High Castle is correct. And Haley getting the Prism Draft Picks pack right there. Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves, Cassius Winston, Denny Avadija, and Tyrese Halliburton. Alrighty. And with that, we are ready to rock and roll. This is break 1406, the 2020 Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid 1-box. Pick your team. Getting started with a little Josiah DeGuara RC of the Green Bay Packers. And that is going to be heading to Daniel, followed by Red Mojo Raekwon Davis of the Miami Dolphins. And that's going to Edvin. Then we have the rookies, Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mr. CEO. And he might get his first start this week, followed by Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. We have Ashton Davis of the New York Jets going to James, followed by Brian Edwards of the Las Vegas Raiders going to James. Then we have a little welcome to my house, Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs right there. And that is heading to T-Man, followed up by Stephon Gilmore of the New England Patriots. KJ Osborne RC of the Minnesota Vikings, followed by a Red Mojo Jake Lutton rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars to William. Then we have a little Jerry Rice retro of the San Francisco 49ers going to Will, followed up with a Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons. We have a little Nate Stanley RC of the Minnesota Vikings to Haley, and then a Justin Jefferson rated rookie as well. This one going to Haley, followed up by Darnell Mooney, silver RC of the Chicago Bears going to Harry, and then Stephon Gilmore of the New England Patriots, and that is going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have a base Raekwon Davis of the Miami Dolphins going to Edvin, followed by a red mojo Noah Igbinoghene of the Miami Dolphins headed to Edvin. A retro series Joe Montana of the San Francisco 49ers, followed by Keenan Allen of the Chargers. We have Kenneth Murray of the Los Angeles Chargers, and that is going to T-Man, followed by Henry Ruggs III of the Las Vegas Raiders headed to James, a silver Jason Kelsey of the Philadelphia Eagles, and then a A.J. Brown of the Tennessee Titans. And we got 2 packs left in this one. Little Jeremy Chin RC of the Carolina Panthers going to James, followed by a red mojo DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions headed to Mark, a little Dominators Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns, and then Mr. Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers. We have a Mekhi Becton RC of the New York Jets. Mekhi Becton of the New York Jets going to Jim. Followed up by Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions headed to Mark. Then we have a Chris Godwin blue out of 299 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to T-Man. Followed up by Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Jeff Okudah of the Detroit Lions, Mekhi Becton of the Jets, the Red Mojo, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers, Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Noah Igbinoghene of the Red Mojo of the Dolphins, Raekwon Davis of the Dolphins, a silver Darnell Mooney of the Bears, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, Nate Stanley of the Vikings, a Red Mojo, Jake Luton of the Jaguars, KJ Osborne of the Vikings, Brian Edwards of the Raiders, Ashton Davis of the Jets, the Red Mojo Raekwon Davis of the Dolphins, and Josiah DeGuara of the Green Bay Packers. And now on to our featured cards, of which there is just one, and that is the rookies, Jacob Eason. The rookies, Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts. And with that, we are done with break 1406. We will be right back from the BT field with our mixer, break 810. It is time for our mixer, some Chronicles hobby and some Contenders draft picks. We have 6 packs per box, and this is a team random. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 810, the 2020 Chronicles hobby and the 21 Contenders draft picks, team random. Let's rock and roll with this one. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize this bad boy. Five times. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alrighty, let's run this down. We have the Kenneth getting the Bengals, Matt with the Colts, Haley with the Chargers, Haley with the Dolphins, and Haley with the Washington football team and the Eagles. What a break for Haley. Alrighty, we'll open all these and then we'll just go back and forth between the Contenders draft picks and the Chronicles Hobby. And folks, I don't have my sheet of players in front of me because I thought I was finally done with these draft pick ones. I should have realized this. So I'll do my very best. If I don't know it, don't worry about that because it will get sorted correctly because we look up all of them. Alrighty. A little Jonathan Taylor right there of the Colts, Derek Carr of the Raiders, Ronald Jones of the Packers, Travis Kelce right there. And then our first one is going to be Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Jonathan, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed up by Campus Legends Peyton Manning, a little Mr. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we have a Mac Diddley Jones. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Marvin. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots headed to Jason. Then we have a Tylan Wallace, and I'm not quite sure where he plays, so we will just make sure to look that one up. Following that up, we have a Campus Legends Derrick Henry, and then some more veterans to rock and roll with that one. And here we go, folks. Our first auto is going to be Kerry Vincent Jr. Kerry Vincent Jr. And we're on to our 2020 Chronicles Hobby. Hey, John, do you think you can go into the sorting room? And we do have those sheets printed out of all the rookies.
Okay.
They're right on that main table. Can you just go grab those for me?
Sure.
Thank you. I know we have them, so I'll lay those out for us so that we can have a little bit better of a break here. We have Mr. Joey Bosa of the Chargers, followed by Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers. Then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts going to Matthew, followed by Kenneth Gainwell of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Haley. Zach Moss of the Buffalo Bills going to Dan, followed up by Jake Fromm out of 199 going to Dan. And then we have Mr. Tua of the Miami Dolphins headed to Haley, following that up with Jake from the Buffalo Bills going to Dan. Oh, crap. Neither of them are rookie only. All right. Never mind. Sorry about that, folks. I will do my best, but some of these more obscure rookies, they will just have to get sorted after the break. Adam Thielen right there to get things started with these veterans. Then we have a little Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Kenneth. Well, campus legend Aaron Rodgers. Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Jonathan. Following that up with Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos to Matthew. A little Sammy Ellinger of the Indianapolis Colts as well going to Matthew. Then we have Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings to get things going with Haley right there. This one might help. It's a smaller one, but it will give a little guidance. Followed up by Aaron Rodgers to get started with the veterans right there. And here we go. Our next auto is going to be Mr. Javonte Williams. And that appears to be an on-card auto of the Denver Broncos. And that is going to be heading to Matt. Little Danny Jones to kick things off here with the Giants and Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys. And out of 49, it is going to be a green prism black Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears going to Jonathan. right there. Following that up with Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team headed to Haley. Isaiah Simmons of the Arizona Cardinals going to William. Then we have a Jonathan Taylor out of 199 of the Indianapolis Colts. And DeAndre Swift, 2 DeAndre Swifts in a row of the Detroit Lions. Jordan Love to get us cooking with the veterans in this Contenders draft picks. Followed up by the campus legends Brett Favre. And then we have Mr. Michael Carter of the New York Jets. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans. Followed by Samaje Perine from the University of Oklahoma. And Elijah Molden from the University of Washington. Followed by a campus legends. That's Mr. DeAndre Hopkins of the Clemson Tigers. Melvin Gordon right there. Kenyon Drake, DK Metcalf, and then another couple of vets to wrap up that Contenders draft picks. Oh, wow. I will mag that Mooney. And here we go, folks. Our next auto we are going to have to randomize. That is Mr. KJ Costello. KJ Costello right there. And I will mag up that Mooney. And that's getting a sizzle sticker. Alrighty, on to our third pack of the Chronicles hobby. Henry Ruggs to get things started right there. Followed by Mr. of the Las Vegas Raiders going to Haley. Followed by Hollywood Brown. And then, holy heck, we have a Jalen Hurts auto out of 35 going to Haley right there. And that rated a rookie auto out of 35 is getting a sizzle sticker. What a great hit right there. We are rocking and rolling with this Chronicles hobby pack. Then we have Mr. Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Haley. Joey Burrow of the Bengals headed to Kenneth right there. A little Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Haley. Followed up by a Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos going to Matthew. And then get ready to get more excited, Haley. We have a Prism Black Tua of the Miami Dolphins. And that is 2 sizzle stickers going to Haley in this mixer. And we are halfway through this break. Little TJ Watt to kick off our veteran rundown right there. Then we have Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Haley, followed by a little Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Adam. Little Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Marvin, followed up by a Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Edvin. Little campus legends Emmitt Smith, followed by Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys. And then our auto is going to be Mr. B.J. Emmons. B.J. Emmons from FAU right there. Then we have a Chase Young out of 199 conference ticket of the Washington football team to Haley, followed up by Tua to get things started with our veterans in this fourth pack of Contenders draft picks. Little Drew Brees to kick things off, followed by C.D. Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys auto, or C.D. Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys Chronicles right there, heading to Matthew. DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions going to John. Little Jake Fromm of the Buffalo Bills headed to Dan. Then we have Mr. Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts to Matt, followed by Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Kenneth. And then we have Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Miami Dolphins heading to Haley. And then we have another Prism Black, and this is going to be Mr. Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts going to Matt. I feel like Brett's computer must have broke because he was so furiously looking at those eBays for those 3 straight mags that we got. Stephon Diggs to get things started with our veterans. And then here we go. It is going to be Mr. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Adam, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Haley. And then we have Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Mr. CEO, followed by a Campus Legends Justin Herbert right there. A little Quiddy Pay of the Indianapolis Colts going to Matt. Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills to Dan. And then we have a Nick Bolton auto. Nick Bolton from Missouri right there. Lamar Jackson to get things kicked off with our veteran finishers in this Contenders draft picks. Yeah, Jacob Eason goes out, throws for 4 touchdowns on Sunday. That card skyrockets. Troy Polamalu of the Steelers, a little Deshaun Watson, Derrick Henry. Then we have a little Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos. Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos to Matt, followed by Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team to Haley. And then it's going to be Mr. Jordan Love out of 199 of the Green Bay Packers to Mr. CEO. Laviscus Chenault of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Adam, followed up by Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Matthew. Alrighty, and we're on to our last 2 packs of this mixer. Well, Danny Jones, right there to get things kicking, followed by Mr. Gronkowski, Todd Gurley, Ryan Tannehill, a little Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Paul. Then we have Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Haley. Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Haley, followed up by Campus Legends Joe Burrow of the Bengals, followed up by Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to John, followed up by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals headed to William. Then we have Kadarius Toney of the the New York Giants going to Matt. And then we have a little Marlon Tupilutu from USC is the last auto in that Contenders draft picks right there. It's like you get the 5 autos out of Contenders draft picks, but unfortunately there's never anything too hot. We have a little Keenan Allen of the Chargers, Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills, and then it's going to be Mr. James Robinson out of 299. The out of 299 patch right there of Mr. James Robinson. And that's of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Adam. Following that up with Laviscus Chenault of the Jacksonville Jaguars as well. Mr. Chase Claypool of the Steelers. A little orange, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And that's going to be out of 75 of the Kansas City Chiefs headed to John. Then we have Mr. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team going to Haley. And a little Jake from State Farm of the Buffalo Bills going to Dan. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Jake Fromm of the Buffalo Bills, Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, Clyde Edwards-Helaire out of 170 or out of 75 of the Kansas City Chiefs, Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Viscous Chenault of the Jags, the Silver, Jacob Eason of the Colts, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Rondale Moore of the Cardinals, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Laviska Shenault of the Jaguars, Jordan Love out of 199 of the Green Bay Packers, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos, Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills, Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, Zach Wilson of the Jets, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, Lynn Bowden Jr. of the Dolphins, Joey Burrow of the Bengals, Mr. Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts, Jake Fromm of the Bills, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Travis Etienne of the Jags, Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos, Justin Herbert of the Chargers, Joe Burrow of the Bengals, Jalen Hurts of the Eagles, Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, Elijah Molden, Samaje Perine, Nico Collins of the Texans, Michael Carter of the Jets, DeAndre Swift of the Lions, Jonathan Taylor out of 199, Mr. Isaiah Simmons of the Arizona Cardinals, Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team, Kellen Mond of the Vikings, Sam Ellinger of the Colts, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, Trey Sermon of the 49ers, Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then we have Jake Fromm of the Bills, Tua of the Miami Dolphins, Jake Fromm out of 199 of the Bills, Zach Moss of the Bills, Kenneth Murray of the Chargers, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Tylan Wallace of the Ravens, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, and Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers. And before we get into the featured cards, we get to randomize Mr. KJ Costello. And we are going to randomize this one 10 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And that is going to Bugmeister, which is Dan with the Buffalo Bills. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Kerry Vincent Jr. auto, the BJ Emmons auto, the Marlon Tupilutu auto, and the Nick Bolton auto from Contenders Draft Picks. Then we have the James Robinson out of 299 and the Javonte Williams, looks like an on-card auto, James Robinson of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that is going to be heading to Adam, with Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Matthew. It will happen tonight if it fills tonight. We're trying to get that to fill, and if it fills, we will fire it away. And then our 3 hits. Tua of the Miami Dolphins, Darnell Mooney of the Bears with that green out of 49, and then the out of 35 Jalen Hurts auto. Tua and Jalen Hurts going to Haley, with Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears going to Jonathan. And with that, we are done with break 810. We will be back in we'll be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes to get ready for the Absolute Hobby break. We are back and ready to rock and roll. Let's look at what we've got here coming down the pike. We have the Donruss football hobby, 4 spots left from $5. What I would love to see is that Donruss Optic basketball hobby, pick your team plus random. You can get 32% off with promo code SAUTE32 on that one. Would really love to see that move. Otherwise, folks, there is some Chronicles football, or no, that's a Chronicles football hobby hybrid left. But we also have some HTA choice Topps Bowman. We have a hit draft and a card random. 32% off those would roughly, you get each spot for $70, which is almost bringing it down to the market price of the box. Actually, that's cheaper than the boxes are currently selling for in the market. They're currently going for $225. You could get a full box right there for roughly this same price or a little cheaper. All right, we've got some absolute baseball here. But first, folks, let's rock and roll. We do have one team to auction off, and that's going to be the Atlanta Braves. John, what do you think? Do you want to auction them off or do you want to randomize them?
I like auction.
John likes to auction them off. So let's see if we have any other teams to auction tonight. All right, we do. In the next break, actually. So here we go. The Atlanta Braves, $5 in increments of $1.
$306 out of 8.
6 for Harry. $10 from Harry. $11 from Jax. 30 seconds on the clock. 12 from Harry. If this fills the next 30-second, or if there's no more bids in this 30-second window, Harry will take it. But if there is any, we'll start a 15-second timer. 15 from Jax, which means we're going to have 15 seconds on the timer. Yep, Jax has them. All right, and Jax, you know what to do. And while we wait for that, type Germany in the chat. Germany in the chat, we will randomize this one. And folks, I'm on my second beer of the Saute birthday special. This is the Sam Adams Jack-O-Lantern Pumpkin Ale. Highly recommend. Probably my favorite Sam Adams I've ever had. My next and possibly last beer of the evening, definitely the last pumpkin beer I got in-house, is going to be a UFO pumpkin, so I'll let you know how that is. Right now, I love pumpkin, but the Jack-O-Lantern has really taken off. All right, can we get 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Dan Leo.
Dan Leo has it. And Dan Leo getting the Marvel pack right there. First, Dan's newest fashion accessory is going to be that Black Widow dog tag. Then we have a little Black Panther fighting Bucky. And then this is a guy from the beginning, Crossbones, right there. Alrighty, Dan. Oh my God, guys. Folks, I cannot wait to show you the jacket my fiance bought for me. Super old school Bills jacket. So excited to wear it. There just is a little tear because it's obviously super vintage. So I will be bringing that on and showing that off. Her mom's going to sew it for me. So we will, and once that's done, I will show it off. I'm very excited. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1375, the 2021 Panini Absolute Hobby one box break. Here we go. Let's rock and roll. This hat is satin. Got it at Queen City Vintage in Buffalo. We have a little Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins, Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs, Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Chiefs, or Kansas City Royals, Corbin Burnez of the Brewers, Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays, a little Tony Lazzeri out of 99 of the New York Yankees going to Nick, a rookie class Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox to Nick as well, and then Mr. Michael Trout out of 99 of the Los Angeles Angels. And while we're here with all those going to Nick, I just want to welcome Nick to the BT community. Nick, you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. In addition to that, it seems like you like baseball. You can get in on some of our Bowman Chrome breaks for 32% off using the promo code SAUTE32. Alrighty, folks, here's our first one. It's going to be a Jason Dominguez 95 out of 99 little six-boxer Tools of the Trade of the New York Yankees headed to Nick. And with that, we have then our next hit, and that is going to be Mr. Kyle Lewis with the out of 49 Absolute Ink of the Seattle Mariners. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. And we're on to our next mini box right here. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees, Trevor Story of the Rockies, Trey Turner of the Nationals, Tony Lazzeri of the Yanks, Tim Anderson of the White Sox, a Lucas Giolito out of 149 of the White Sox as well, headed to Nick, an Alex Moran of the Philadelphia Phillies to Nick, and then DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees going to Nick as well. And now on to our featured cards. Oopsie daisy. First, our tools of the trade. Michael Taylor of the Washington Nationals heading to Mr. CEO. And last but not least, we have the 14 out of 20, and that is Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals as well, and that is going to Mr. CEO. BT Park is playoff already. Alrighty, folks, let's rock and roll through these inserts and numbers. DJ LaMathio of the Yanks, Alex Bombamaram of the Phillies, Lucas Giolito out of 149 of the White Sox, Mike Trout out of 99 Icons of the Angels, Bobby Dalbach of the Red Sox, and Tony Lazzari out of 99 of the New York Yankees. And now on to our featured cards. We have two tools of the trade. The out of 99, Jason Dominguez of the Yankees headed to Nick, and the Michael Taylor of the Washington Nationals heading to Mr. CEO. And then we have two autos. We have the out of 50 and the out of 49. The out of 49, Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners to Mr. CEO, and the out of 50, Luis Garcia of the Nationals heading to Mr. CEO as well. And with that, we are done with break 1375. And I know we usually take a quick break, but we are not going to do that today. We're going to dive right in here to this Topps Chrome. But first, we're going to start our next movie keyword. John, are you ready?
I am ready.
Alrighty, here we go. No correct guesses yet.
And that's it.
And there we go. And here we go. This is break number 1376, the 2021 Topps Chrome. And I just want to take a second to shout out some new members of the BT community. We have Chung Hun with the Atlanta Braves and Los Angeles Angels. We have Daryl with the Chicago White Sox, Kendall with the Detroit Tigers, Hung Chin with the Miami Marlins, Gerald with the New York Yankees, and Eric with the San Diego Padres. Thank you for joining us this evening. We very much appreciate it. And you can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Red Zone alert, according to Brett Diddley. Brett. Folks, buy those breaks in the red zone. Get those rewards points. A little Corey Kluber of the Rangers, Jorge Soler of the Kansas City Royals, Kyle Tucker of the Astros, and Letty Tavares RC of the Texas Rangers. And that Kyle Tucker is going to be a little refractor right there. Then we have a little Ian Anderson RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Chung Hoon, followed up by Lewis Brinson of the Marlins. A little Joe Adele 35th anniversary edition RC right there. That's a nice hit of the Los Angeles Angels, followed by Will Myers of the San Diego Padres. So, Jax, there's a new little button in the bottom right of the screen when you're on BreakTraders.com. And by logging in through that, you can get rewards points for all your orders. It's brand new. Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by Austin Hayes of the Baltimore Orioles. Then we have a Future Stars, Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners going to Colin, followed up by Aroldis Chapman of the Yankees. It's a brand new feature to BreakTraders.com. We'll probably be working out some bugs with it, but I just wanted to thank all of y'all for being so loyal. So basically, you get 5 points for every dollar spent. Yeah, 5% cash back basically. 5 points for every dollar spent, and then every 100 points, you get $5 off your next purchase. Jared Walsh of the Angels, Josh Bell of the Pirates, a refractor, Brian Hayes, a silver refractor, Brian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates RC going to Colin, and then Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres headed to Eric. Freddie Freeman of the Braves, JD Martinez of the Red Sox, following that up with a Prism Patrick Corbin of the Washington Nationals to Cynthia. Then we have Jackie Bradley Jr. of the Boston Red Sox. John Lester of the Cubs, Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals. We have a Rod Carew of baseball right there of the Minnesota Twins going to Carissa, followed up by a Kwang Hun Kim of the St. Louis Cardinals. DJ LeMathio of the Yankees, a little Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Paul, followed up by a Sherton Apostle or a Fractor of the Texas Rangers RC to Mr. CEO. Then we have Nolan Arenado of the Colorado Rockies. Michael Conforto of the Mets, followed by Christian Javier out of 350 with that magenta speckle right there. Magenta speckle, Christian Javier RC out of 350. The Aaron Judge 35th anniversary edition of the New York Yankees. That Christian Javier, by the way, of the Houston Astros heading to Mr. CEO. Then we have Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs to wrap up that pack. Timmy Anderson of the White Sox, followed by an Alejandro Kirk RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Paul, followed up by a Future Stars, Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros, and then we have Mashiro Tanaka of the New York Yankees. Luke Vogt of the Yankees, followed by Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, a silver AJ Puk of the Oakland Athletics, silver refractor right there to Cynthia, followed up by Paul DeJong of the St. Louis Cardinals. Well, Ryan Braun of the Brewers, Devin Williams of the Brewers, a Clark Schmidt Prism right there of the New York Yanks RC to Gerald, followed by Kenta Maeda of the Minnesota Twins. David Dahl of the Rockies, Shun Yamaguchi of the Blue Jays, a baseball Edgar Martinez of the Seattle Mariners to Colin. Following that up with a little Mike Trout of the Angels. We have an Adonis Medina RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Colin. Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres. Trevor Bauer with that silver refractor of the Cincinnati Reds. And then we have a little Jake Arrieta of the Phillies. We have Deivi Garcia of the New York Yankees. Deivi Garcia of the New York Yankees RC, followed by an Alex Baum out of 50 of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Colin. Nice hit right there, followed up by a 35th anniversary edition Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals. Then we have Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics. Ooh, baby. We have a little Pete Alonso of the Mets, a little Luis Diaz RC of the Miami Marlins. Luis Diaz of the Miami Marlins RC right there, heading to Hung Chin. Followed up by a little Charlie Morton of the Atlanta Braves. And then here we go. Our first auto of the evening, or of this box, is a TJ Anton of the Cincinnati Reds going to Cynthia. Oh boy, Alex Bomb Ram getting that Magaram with that saute sizzle sticker. Mike Moustakas of the Reds, Kyle Tucker of the Astros, a little silver refractor Luis Castillo of the Cincinnati Reds as well, and then a Garrett Crochet RC of the Chicago White Sox headed to Darryl. We have a Cabrian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Colin, followed by Keston Hiura of the Milwaukee Brewers, a Prism Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals RC, followed by Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants. Lucas Giolito of the White Sox, a little Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Colin, followed by future stars Devin Williams of the Milwaukee Brewers to Mr. CEO, and then Yasmani Grandal of the White Sox. Yasmani Grandal of the White Sox, and that is going to be heading to Darryl. We got a Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, Brian Buxton of the Twins, a silver Marcus Semien of the Oakland Athletics, silver refractor, followed by Yu Darvish of the Cubs. And we have 5 packs left in this one. Eduardo Escobar of the Diamondbacks, Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers, a Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles going to Jay with that 35th anniversary edition RC, followed up by Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays. Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals heading to Cynthia. Patrick Corbin of the Nationals, followed up by our next auto, and that is going to be Tyson Miller with that Aqua out of 199. And that appears to be the Aqua out of 199 right there. And that is of the Chicago Cubs, headed to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we have a Kevin Keimer of the Tampa Bay Rays. Bobby Dalbec, RC of the Boston Red Sox, to Richard. Followed by Ahmed Rosario of the Mets, Carlos Santana of the Kansas City Royals, and Dansby Swanson of the Braves. What'd you say? Yeah, the one I magged. We have a Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to Hung Chin, RC, followed by Anthony Rendren of the A's, a Prism Yon Mancado of the White Sox, following that up with Rafael Devers of the Red Sox. And we're on to our last pack. We have a little Dylan Carlson, RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, to Mr. CEO. Gio Urshela of the Yankees. A Primo Power, Rhys Hoskins of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Colin. And then Brandon Woodruff of the Brewers. We did our first fast break. That was 1374. We have 1380 coming up later. You can see the schedule right underneath my face. We have our rookie rundown. Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox, Luis Garcia of the Nationals, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Luis Garcia again of the Nationals, Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Lynn Diaz of the Marlins, Devi Garcia of the Yanks, Adonis Medina of the Phillies, Clark Schmidt of the Yankees, followed by Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays. Then we have the out of 350 Christian Javier of the Astros, Sherton Apostle of the Rangers, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Luis Campusano of the Padres, Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates, Shane McCallahan of the Rays, followed up by Ian Anderson of the Braves and Letty Travares of the Rangers. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have our 35th anniversary edition rookies. We have Mr. Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels going to Chung Hoon, followed by Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles to Jay, and Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals heading to Mr. CEO. And then our two autos right there are going to be Tyson Miller of the Chicago Cubs out of 199 to Mr. CEO, and TJ Antoine of the Reds headed to Cynthia. And last but not least, we had a nice little magtastic surprise, the short print variation of Alex Bum 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 Bum-a-ram, Bum 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 Bum-a-ram, Bum 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 Bum-a-ram. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 1376. We will be back from BT Field with some football. We have some certified football. Our times are Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard, David. So the first Prism fast break was scheduled for 8:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The second one is scheduled for 11:45 Eastern Standard Time. We have some certified football to do, but first we have two teams to auction off, the Chargers and the Jets. We will start the bidding of the Chargers at $5 in increments of $1. 8 from Jay. A Herbert rookie is not in this product. This is 2021 certified. 2021 certified. All right, we're going to start. Do we have 10? Do we have 10 for the Chargers? Do we have 10 for the Chargers? You can still get a nice Herbie. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids will start a 15-second countdown. 10 from Zerk. Right before the 30 seconds, so any more bids will start a countdown. Alrighty. Zerk, you can either pay via PayPal or my Venmo as well. Whatever works best for you. And now, who wants to go hunting for some Zach Wilson? The New York Jets, the bidding starts at $10 in increments of $5. You pay either via PayPal or via Venmo. $10 from Scott. 10 from Scott. $15 from Justin. 20 from Scott. $20 from Scott. Alrighty. We will start the 30-second countdown. Going Zach Wilson hunting on a bargain. $26 from Mr. Harry Hood. 25 is 25 from Harry Hood. And we'll be doing a 15-second countdown here shortly. 30 from Scott. 15 seconds on the clock. Any bids will continue another 15 seconds. Alrighty, Scott takes it for 30. Scott, you can pay. Huh?
You see Harry got it?
Harry was right after.
Yeah.
And just to show, Harry, just after the countdown was complete. Scott, you've got it. Send your payment to the link in the chat, and while we wait, we will randomize a drugs. Random drug sounds dangerous. Cynthia, you don't know what you're getting. Sounds like a quick way to end up in the hospital. Zerk's all paid up. And I will check PayPal for Scott. Scott is paid up as well. He paid via Venmo. All right, give us a 5-second countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Justin Wyckoff.
Justin, let's see what it is. Cynthia, I'll be in your neck of the woods in 1 month, or less than a month. I'm going to the Bills game, the Monday Nighter in Nashville. I have no idea how far Nashville is from Memphis. We have the Phillip Rivers, Robbie Gronkowski, and Nick Foles with the 2016 Contenders draft pick. De'Runna Wilson, Kelvin Johnson, Devin Johnson, and Braxton Miller. Harry, I'm going to have to, maybe you're going to have to send me your list of rules. If rule 8 is don't do random drugs, I can't imagine what rule 1 through 7 is. Here we go. This is break 1377. The 2021 Certified Football One Box. Pick your team. Here we go to find 2 autographs and memorabilia cards. Unless we pull a big 1 of 1 Trevor Lawrence, I'll never be satisfied. Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys to get things started, followed by a filler card right there. Then we're going to have a gold team, Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs heading to Raid, followed by Miles Sanders of the Eagles and Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. And here we go. Our first hit is going to be a Kenneth Gainwell RC out of 199 of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Michael. Michael new to BreakTraders along with the Eagles, along with Kelly with the Dolphins, Maiden with the Raiders, Raid with the Chiefs, Michael with the Cowboys, and Patrick with the Bills and Ravens. You all can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order. Sammy Darnold of the Panthers, little Josh Allen of the Jags. We have Mr. Patrick Mahomes out of 199 with that dark horse of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed up by Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs as well, and DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. We have J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals, a little Greg Newsome out of 99 of the Cleveland Browns RC headed to Chris, followed by a graffiti Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts to Cynthia. Then we have Mr. Daniel Jones and J.K. Dobbins. Little Justin Herbert to get things kicking off right there. Followed up by a dark horse, Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks to Devin. Aaron Rodgers of the Packers and David Johnson of the Texans. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a piece of the game. That's Mr. T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to Mr. CEO. You know, folks, I got a manicure today and didn't even get a single comment on how beautiful my hands are looking. Jonnu Smith of the New England Patriots. Followed up by a seal of approval, Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts. Then we have Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. And here we go. It's going to be a certified potential out of 25. That's Mr. Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers going to Felicia. You could probably go after some of those big teams in there. Or just buy out the rest of Tier 1 in the tiered random. Roquan Smith of the Bears. Roquan Smith of the Bears, followed by a gold team. Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Kenneth. Then we have a little Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns and Travis Kelce of the Chiefs. And here we go. It's going to be Mr. Tylan Wallace out of 249 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Patrick. And we have 4 packs remaining. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, a little Derrick Henry out of 299, followed by the graffiti Justin Jefferson headed to Haley. That Derrick Henry going to Matthew. Followed up by Mr. Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks and Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants. Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers to get things started right there. Followed up by a little dark horse Joshua Allen of the Buffalo Bills going to Patrick. Then we have Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens and Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. And here we go. It is going to be a freshman Fabrics Dwayne Eskridge out of 99 of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Devin. I would love to see some people getting in that Donruss Optic basketball. Would love to break that tonight, but maybe we'll just be waiting for Friday for that. Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos, followed up by James Robinson of the Jacksonville Jaguars, seal of approval to Mr. CEO. Then we have Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts, Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And here we go. It's a new generation. Javonte Williams out of 199 of the Denver Broncos going to TJ. George Kittle of the 49ers, followed up by a little Luke Farrell out of 79 of the Jacksonville Jaguars RC right there. Then we have a little Dak Prescott Stars of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Michael, followed up by Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. Oh man, would love to get Elemental up in here. Luke Farrell out of 75 of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. Tyler Wallace out of 249 of the Ravens to Patrick. Greg Newsome out of 99 of the Browns to Christopher. And out of 199, Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Michael. And now on to our featured cards. Our 2 patches, we have the rookie and we have the veteran. T. Higgins out of 249 of the Bengals to Mr. CEO. Javonte Williams out of 199 of the Denver Broncos to TJ. And then our 2 autos. We're going to have 2 wide receivers, both in the NFC West. It's going to be Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers out of 25 going to Felicia. And out of 99, number 2 out of 99, it's Dwayne Eskridge of the Seattle Seahawks going to Devin. And with that, we are done with break 1377. We'll be right back with some Donruss Hobby Football. We are back with some Donruss football, and we got 2 teams to auction off. We're going to combo them up. It's going to be the New Orleans Saints and the Houston Texans. Bidding will begin at $5 in increments of $1. Five breaks in the red zone. We're either going to rock and roll right here, or we are going to go super late on Friday.
Nice.
$15 from Cynthia. $15 from Cynthia. And here we go, 30 seconds on the clock. 16 from Mr. Daniel Duffy. And if we have another bid in the 30-second window, we will start a 15-second timer. Otherwise, Daniel will be taking them. Cynthia with 20, which means we'll have another 15-second countdown. Will it be the final countdown? I don't know. We will find out. Stay tuned here. $22 from Cynthia. Oh yeah, isn't your birthday this week, Cynthia? And there we have to do another countdown here because Cynthia bid in that 15-second window. 23 from Daniel.
It was right before the countdown.
But it still counts because we had to do another countdown. And one more 15-second because that Daniel was within. And now Cynthia is still within. So Cynthia with 24 on the clock. 24, the leading bid. We'll be doing another 15-second countdown right here. And there we have it, folks. Cynthia takes it. Cynthia, you know what to do. And John, you know what to do. Let's do our next keyword giveaway.
Okay, right.
Alrighty, folks. The keyword is money, 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 money. Money. Guess the movie. Thank you, Cynthia. You can load the teams. Weeds is incorrect. And show giveaway guessing has ended. And with that, we are starting break 1378, the Donruss Football One Boxer. Trey Wright, the vet, to get this box started. Love me some Mr. Tre'Davious White. Followed up by L'Jarius Sneed and Jonathan Taylor. Then we have the Alex Leatherwood, a rated rookie. Followed up by Mr. Alex Leatherwood of the Raiders to Chris. Followed by Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins going to Michael. Then a Aaron Jones Dominators of the Packers and a 2001 throwback Mike Allstott of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mr. Lamar getting us started right there. Travis Kelce, the Aaron Donald, followed by Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns, headed to Chris, followed up by the Jacob Harris out of 75. Jacob Harris out of 75 of the Rams. One second. There we go. Jacob Harris out of 75 of the Rams, headed to Chris with that little die cut. Then we have the Tylan Wallace Elite Series rookies of the Baltimore Ravens to Mr. CEO and a DK Metcalf highlights of the Seattle Seahawks, and that is headed to Dawson. Dawson being new to BreakTraders, so I'll take this second to thank Eric with the Buffalo Bills, Raid with the Kansas City Chiefs, Will with the Patriots, Jordan with the Jets and 49ers, Dawson with the Seahawks, and Raid again with the Buccaneers for joining us for the first time this evening. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Gonna have that Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Kyler Miller of the Cardinals, and then a Mr. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars heading to Mr. CEO. Following that up with a Ron Dale Moore press proof rated rookie of the Cardinals to Cynthia. Tyrann Mathieu Action All Pros of the Kansas City Chiefs to Raid. Then we have a 2001 throwback Larry Fitzgerald of the Arizona Cardinals. Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Kareem Hunt of the Browns to get things cooking right here. Terry Bradshaw, Christian McCaffrey, a little Kyle Pitts, a rated rookie of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Cynthia. Then we have Rashad Bateman with that portraits of the Baltimore Ravens going to Mr. CEO, followed by a Power Formulas Josh Jacobs of the Las Vegas Raiders headed to Chris, and then a retro series Ozzie Newsome of the Cleveland Browns going to Chris as well. Miles Sanders to get things kicking off for this pack right here, followed up by a little Khalil Herbert RC of the Chicago Bears going to Haley, the no-namer Alvin Kamara of the Saints, followed by the rookies Josh Palmer of the Chargers to Chris, and then a 2001 throwback Andre Johnson of the Houston Texans. Darius Slayton of the New York Giants, Devin Singletary of the Bills, followed up by a little Justin Herbert variation. Then we have Dwayne Eskridge of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Dawson, followed up by the rookies, the Gridiron Kings, Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles to Cynthia. And then it's Mr. Jalen Hurts with that Elite Series of the Eagles as well, followed up by an inducted John Lynch of the Denver Broncos. Mr. Elway of the Broncos to get things kicked off right here. Then we're going to have a little Tyrann Mathieu and Jalen Ramsey, followed by Josh Palmer of the Chargers going to Chris, followed up by an 18 out of 18 DJ Moore of the Carolina Panthers heading to Cynthia. And then we have an action All-Pros, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, followed up by a little Danny Marino of the Miami Dolphins with that 2001 throwback. Mr. Allen to get things kicking. Tom Brady of the Bucs, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals, little Hunter Long of the Miami Dolphins going to Michael, followed up by the no-name Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions to TJ. Then we have the power formulas, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills going to Eric, followed up by a retro series, Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens to Mr. CEO. Antoine Winfield Jr. is getting things cooking off right there. Alejandro Villanueva and Josh Allen of the Steelers. And we have Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers as well going to Tim with that rated a rookie, followed by a red press proof Quandre Diggs of the Seahawks. And then the rookies, Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers headed to Cynthia, followed by a 2001 throwback, Marshall Faulk of the Rams. Quandre Diggs to get things cooking with our veterans. Wonder if famous Jameis will have a bounce back this week. We have a little... Got things stuck. Brett Favre right there, followed by Adrian Amos. Then we have a Jabril Cox rated rookie of the Cowboys going to Mr. CEO, followed by Amir Smith Marset with the silver rated rookie of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is going to Haley, followed by Jalen Darden of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the portrait. Then we have an Elite Series, a rookie of the New York Jets going to Eric. That Jalen Darden of the Buccaneers going to Raid. And then a Retro Series, Brett Favre of the Packers. And we're just over halfway through with this break. Mr. Derek Carr to get things cooking right there. Followed up by Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos. And then we're going to have the gold press proof that Javonte Williams, by the way, going to Devin. The gold press proof Amari Cooper going to Mr. CEO, followed by a Dominators of the George Kittle of the 49ers. And then we have the 2001 Throwback Heinz Award of the Steelers. Bradley Chubb of the Broncos to get things cooking with our veterans. Little Joe Montana, followed by a Rashawn Slater rated a rookie. Rashawn Slater of the Chargers heading to Christopher. Then we have Mr. Tom Brady's 310th career touchdown pass, followed by a Gridiron Kings Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. A Legend Series Joe Montana of the 49ers. And a road to the Super Bowl, Aaron Rodgers winning that divisional round against the Los Angeles Rams. Mac Jones, where are you? Little Mike Williams, followed up by some DeMarcus Lawrence, George Kittle, Amari Cooper, Russell Wilson, Elijah Vera Tucker of the New York Jets, suck, going to Jordan. Jacob Harris of the Los Angeles Rams to Christopher, followed up by a no red press proof Darnell Savage of the Packers. The Dominators, Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants going to Eric, followed up by the 2001 throwback Mike Vick of the Atlanta Falcons. Heading to Cynthia. feel like Cynthia probably doesn't do good things with those Mike Vick cards. Stephon Diggs getting things started right there. And here we go. It's an all-pro Kings Calvin Ridley out of 100 of the Atlanta Falcons. And that's a thick card right there. Followed by the Portraits Michael Carter of the New York Jets right there. Followed up by a little Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia. And then a Super Bowl road to the Super Bowl, Baker Mayfield beating the Steelers and in Pittsburgh. Roxy isn't here tonight. Tonight we have Tucker Max hanging out. Mr. Hunter Henry to get things rocking and rolling. Followed up by Marvin Jones Jr., Adam Thielen. A little Tyson Campbell, rated rookie of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a Julio Jones silver press proof of the Atlanta Falcons to Cynthia out of 100. Followed by Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Rams going to Christopher. And then a 2001 Howie Long of the Raiders. And we have 3 packs left in this break. Mr. Adam Thielen of the Minnesota Vikings getting things started right there. Followed by Tyson Hill of the Saints, Viscous Chenault of the Jaguars. Then we have Landon Dickerson of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Cynthia. Followed up by a studio series out of 100. Mr. Davis Mills of the Houston Texans headed to Cynthia. Warren Sapp with the Legend series of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then Tyler Johnson with That Champ Is Here of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as well. 2 packs left in this break. Well, Max Crosby to get things cooking right there. Then we're going to have Quinnen Williams of the Jets, Dak Prescott of the Cowboys. A little Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Michael. Followed up by a red press proof Calvin Ridley of the Atlanta Falcons to Cynthia. The Dominators, Devontae Adams of the Packers, and a 2001 throwback Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Mr. CEO. Melvin Gordon to get things cooking right there. Then we're going to have that DeAndre Swift variation. Kyle Long of the Chiefs. Little Daz Newsome rated rookie of the Chicago Bears to Haley. And Drew Brees Gridiron Kings all-timer of the New Orleans Saints to Cynthia. Followed by Mr. Eddie George with that Elite Series of the Titans to TJ. Then we have a little Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs right there. And then here we go. Our auto is going to be the rookies, and that is Mr. Travis Etienne Jr. out of 299 headed to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down and then dive into our featured cards. Daz Newsome of the Bears, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Davis Mills out of 100 Studio Series of the Texans, Landon Dickerson of the Eagles, the rookies, Chatarius Tutu Atwell, Tyson Campbell of the Jags, the Elite Series rookies, Ian Book of the Saints, Michael Carter of the Jets, Jacob Harris of the Rams, Elijah Vera Tucker of the Jets, Rashawn Slater of the Chargers, Javonte Williams of the Broncos, the Elite Series rookies, Kadarius Toney of the Giants, Jalen Darden of the Buccaneers, Amir Smith-Marset with the silver of the Vikings, Jabril Cox of the Cowboys, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Hunter Long of the Dolphins, Josh Palmer of the Chargers, the Gridiron Kings, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Wayne Eskridge of the Seahawks, Josh Palmer of the Chargers, Khalil Herbert of the Bears, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Rondale Moore with that red press proof of the Arizona Cardinals, Talon Wallace of the Ravens with that Elite Series rookies, Demetric Felton of the Browns, followed by Javon Holland out of 500 of the Dolphins, and Alex Leatherwood of the Raiders. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have some numbered hits. We have the Amari Cooper out of 50, the die-cut silver press proof Jacob Harris out of 75, and then the DJ Moore 18 out of 18. Next up, we have Mr. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars heading to Mr. CEO. And then last but not least, we have our gridiron, our patch, and our auto. The auto is Travis Etienne out of 299 headed to Mr. CEO, and the patch is out of 100, and that is Calvin Ridley of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1379. We will be right back from the hardwood. We are back for some Revolution basketball, but first we have to auction off a team. It's going to be the Dallas Mavericks. The bidding will begin at $5 in increments of $1. 5 from Michael. And we will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Six from David, which means we'll have another 15 seconds on the clock. 7 from Daniel. 15 seconds on the clock. Any bids in this window will rock and roll for another 15 seconds. And there we have it. Daniel, you can pay via the link in the chat. While we wait to do that, type money in the chat. Money, 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 money. Money. David, unfortunately, you were just a second too late. Alrighty, John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Adam V.
Adam V. Long time no see, Mr. Adam V. Getting that little Diamond Kings bat baseball. Jake Bauer, Lou Gehrig, a little Roberto Clemente, Jacob deGrom, and Walter Ashton of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Folks, we have a lot of breaks in the red zone right now. 3 spots left in Donruss football, 4 spots left in the Donruss Optic basketball hobby. 1 box, pick your team plus random, which you can get 32% off right there. And how that's going to work is you're going to have 4 teams to randomize right there. The Hornets, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, and the Kings. 6 spots left in Certified, 7 spots left in Revolution, and 2 spots left in Elements Football. You know, and if they don't go, that's all right. We'll just have a killer show on Friday. Here we go. This is break 1379, the 2020-21 Revolution 1 box pick your team. We only have till midnight to fill those breaks. Anything that fills after midnight will be done on Friday. Well, Eric Gordon of the Rockets, Jonas Valanciunas of the Memphis Grizzlies. Followed up by Mike Conley, Astro of the Utah Jazz, going to David. And then a rookie revolution. He came in like a mellow ball. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Nice hit right there with that rookie revolution. And that of the Charlotte Hornets is going to be heading to Kyle. Kyle, one of the new members of the BT community as of today. And next up in this one, we have a Revolution, Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls. And that is going to Deanna. Alrighty, and I'd love to take a second to welcome the new members of the BT community. We have Deanna with a bunch of teams, Kyle with the Charlotte Hornets, followed up by Scott with the Timberwolves, Dan with the 76ers, Harry with the Kings, and Bella Home Boutique with the San Antonio Spurs. Thank you for joining us here at BreakTraders for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. Al Horford of the Philadelphia 76ers, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, DeAndre Ayton of the Suns. We have a Markelle Fultz impact out of 149. That's 9 out of 149 of the Orlando Magic, headed to a Michael. Following that up with a Trey Jones RC of the San Antonio Spurs. And that is going to Bella Home Boutique. Little Mike Conley of the Jazz, Drew Holiday of the Bucks, Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, a little LeBron James Astro of the Los Angeles Lakers headed to Deanna, followed by a Vortex, Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Deanna as well. Very consistent sales on Mr. Patrick Williams. LeBron James, followed by Lonzo Ball, Carmelo Anthony, a little rookie revolution, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, headed to Michael. Following that up with a Jameis Ramsey RC of the Sacramento Kings, headed to Harry. Tucker. Colin Sexton of the Rockets, Cavaliers, followed by Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, Michael Porter of the Denver Nuggets. Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat with his little groove right there going to Kevin, followed up by a Vortex. LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers headed to Deanna. We have a little Aaron Gordon of the Magic, Davis Bertans of the Wizards, Norman Powell of the Raptors, a groove, Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors headed to Craig. And then we have Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and that is going to Zerk. 2 packs left in this one. Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Russell Wilson of the Wizards, John Wall of the Rockets, a James Weissman groove RC of the Golden State Warriors headed to Craig, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Joel Embiid of the 76ers headed to Dan. Cole Anthony was a fractal. Thank you, Brett Diddley, Brett, for asking. Tyler Hero of the Heat, Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Terry Rozier of the Hornets, little Jameis Ramsey Astro of the Sacramento Kings, followed by Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs. And with that, we are done with this break, so let's run through our inserts. We have Joel Embiid, Shockwave Revolution of the 76ers, LeBron James Vortex Revolution of the Lakers, and then Zion Williamson Vortex of the Pelicans, followed up by our veteran parallels. We have the Groove, Mike Conley, or the Astro Mike Conley of the Jazz, the Astro LeBron James of the Lakers, the Groove Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors, and the Groove Goran Dragic of the Heat, and then the out of 149 Markelle Fultz Impact of the Orlando Magic. Now our regular rookie rundown, we have Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs to Bella Home Boutique, Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers to Zerk, Jameis Ramsey of the Sacramento Kings to Harry, and Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs to Bella Home Boutique. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Astro, Jameis Ramsey of the Kings to Harry, the Groove, James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors to Craig. Then we have the Fractal Rookie Revolution, Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, and that is heading to Michael. And now on to our featured cards. We have our Patrick Williams RC Auto, and then he came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets. That's going to be going to Kyle, and Patrick Williams of the Bulls going to Deanna. And with that, we are done with break number 1379. Done with break 1379. And we will be moving... Oops. Ignore that snake in the chat. We will be moving right along to some Prism Fast Break. Ignore that snake in the chat. Alrighty, we have this Prism Fast Break. Let's see what teams we have to auction off here. We have 2 teams to auction off here, and we'll do them together. The Mavs and the Nuggets. The bidding will begin at $5 in increments of $5. $25 from Brett Diddley, Brett, right off the bat. 25 from Brett. We're going to start the countdown right there. And Brett has it. Brett, you know what to do. The link is in the chat. And while we wait for Brett, we'll do our next keyword giveaway. John, you let me know when you're ready.
Okay, right?
All right, the keyword is football.
Oh.
What we're going to do with football. Oh, you left the other keyword in there. Ballers is correct. Jax gets it. Jack's going to get that Chronicles football pack right here. DK Metcalf to get things started, followed by Justin Herbert. Then we have a little Julio Jones of the Falcons, followed by Antonio Gibson and Chase Young. And with that, here we go, folks. This is going to be our 2020-21 Prism Basketball Fast Break 1380, the last of the pre-scheduled breaks for tonight. It looks like we have 2 breaks on the schedule after this. 2 breaks on the schedule after this. So we will definitely run through those. If anything fills in the next 6 minutes, we will run it. But if not, it will go on Friday. We have a little Eric Paschal of the Warriors, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors RC are right there, headed to Craig, followed by the Disco Mike Conley Jr. of the Utah Jazz. Certified went quite a while ago, so you're going to have to scroll back 3 breaks, John? And Jimmy Butler of the Heat to wrap that up. I think it was 3 breaks ago.
Yes. 1377.
1377. Because that was scheduled for 11 p.m. John Collins of the Hawks, George Hill of the Bucks, Tyler Hero of the Heat, the Disco Fireworks, Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat, followed up by Seth Curry of the Dallas Mavericks. Yeah, some great giveaways on Friday. Make sure you get on our Instagram to get in on that free box of HTA choice. Doug McDermott of the Pacers, a little Cassius Winston RC of the Washington Wizards headed to James, followed by a lime green, neon green actually. Hold on. That is out of 5. The 5 out of 5 Austin Rivers of the Houston Rockets right there going to Josh. Following that up, we have a little Al Horford of the Sixers and Emmanuel Mudiay of the Utah Jazz. Brett, if you're still around and can try to find a comp on that Rivers so I know if I should mag it or not, that would be great. I don't even know if he's actually good. The widescreen LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers right there doing that Kobe tribute dunk, followed up by a Bryn Forbes of the Spurs, a Theo Maledon RC of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Josh, and a Disco Luke Kennard of the Detroit Pistons headed to Josh as well, followed up by Derek Favors of the New Orleans Pelicans. That is a good point, Brett. My bad. Alex Caruso of the Lakers, Cody Zeller of the Hornets, the Disco Tyrese Halliburton variation of the Sacramento Kings headed to Buddy, followed up by the widescreen James Harden of the Houston Rockets, and then Nemanja Bjelica of the Sacramento Kings. JJ Barea of the Mavs, Russell Westbrook of the Rockets, a red Wendell Carter out of 125. Wendell Carter out of 125, followed up by Larry Nance Jr. of the Cavs and Danny Green of the Lakers. Landry Shamet of the Clippers, Marc Gasol of the Raptors, Naleski Pukusevsky of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Josh, a Disco Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors right there going to Craig, followed up by Kevin Huerter of the Atlanta Hawks. Woo-wee! That Disco Halliburton getting a mag-tastic little sizzle sticker. Here we go, folks. Davis Bertrand of the Wizards, John Wall of the Wizards, Andre Drummond of the Cavs, a little downtown Luka Doncic of the Dallas Mavericks to Brett Diddley, Brett, followed by Thaddeus Young of the Chicago Bulls. Well, I'll mag that Rivers to be safe, the 5 out of 5. Paul George of the Clippers, a little Daniel Aturo RC of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Buddy, followed up by a James Harden blue out of 175 of the Houston Rockets. And we have Draymond Green of the Warriors and Dirk Nowitzki of the Dallas Mavericks. I'd rather mag something that's not worthy of being magged than not mag something that's worthy of being magged. And here we go. Let's give that a little BT sizzle sticker. And while we're halfway through this break, would love to recognize Drake joining us with the Hawks, David with the Hornets, Buddy with the Pacers and Clippers, David again with the Lakers and Timberwolves, Sergio with the Pelicans and Magic, Buddy with the Phoenix Suns, and Kings and Raptors in Bella Home Boutique with the Spurs for joining us for the first time. Use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase. And here it comes. He came in like a mellow ball. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. And holy crud, it's just getting better underneath that because we have a pink. Little LaMelo Ball base of the Charlotte Hornets going to David. 2 Prism Fast Break boxes tonight. 2 LaMelo Balls. And then we have the out of 50 DeAndre Bembry of the Atlanta Hawks. And that's headed to Drake, followed by Goran Dragic of the Heat and Joel Richardson of the 76ers. De'Aaron Fox, followed by Ricky Rubio. Then we have a Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks, head to Brett Diddley, Brett. The Disco out of Porter Jr. of the Bulls, and Chris Dunn of the Bulls as well. Dylan Brooks of the Grizzlies, Bogdan Bogdanovic of the Kings, Christian Wood of the Pistons, the Downtown Jamal Murray of the Nuggets headed to Brett, following that up with Shabazz Napier of the Wizards. And we have 6 packs left. Eric Gordon of the Rockets, little Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Brett Diddley, Brett. The purple out of 75, Thomas Bryant of the Washington Wizards going to James. Thomas Bryant from right here in Rochester, New York. Lou Williams of the Clippers and Anthony Davis of the Lakers. Nikola Vukovic of the Mavs, Derrick Rose of the Pistons, Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Craig, followed by a Disco DeMar DeRozan of the San Antonio Spurs going to Bella Home, and then we have Pascal Siakam of the Raptors. And we have 4 packs left. Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, Alfred Payton of the Knicks, and here it goes. It is going to be a Gary Harris auto of the Denver Nuggets going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Followed by a Fireworks Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers headed to Buddy, Larry Nance Jr. of the Cavs to finish off that pack. And we have 3 packs to go in this break. Little D'Anthony Melton of the Grizzlies, James Johnson of the Timberwolves, a silver Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, Aaron Gordon of the Magic, and Josh Jackson of the Grizzlies. Dwight Powell of the Mavs, DeMar Carroll of the Houston Rockets, little Jameis Ramsey RC of the Sacramento Kings headed to Buddy, followed by a Disco Joe Harris of the Nets, Mr. Darius Baisley Jr. of the Thunder to finish that pack off. And now we are on to our last pack. Ersan Ilyasova of the Bucks, Marcus Smart of the Celtics, Bobby Portis Jr. of the Knicks, a fearless Steve Nash of the Phoenix Suns going to Buddy, followed up by Kemba Walker of the Boston Celtics. And here we go, folks. Let's run this down. We have the purple out of 75. That's actually 49 out of 75. Thomas Bryant of the Washington Wizards. The pink out of 50. DeAndre Bembry. And that's going to be 13 out of 50 of the Atlanta Hawks. The blue out of 175. James Harden of the Rockets. And the red out of 125 of the Chicago. Wendell Carter of the Chicago Bulls. And now our rookie rundown. We have Jameis Ramsey of the Kings, Patrick Williams of the Bulls, Josh Green of the Mavs, Terrell Terry of the Mavs, Daniel Otero of the Clippers, Alexei Pokusevsky of the Thunder, Theo Maledon of the Thunder, Cassius Winston of the Wizards, and Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors. And now on to our featured cards. We have the fast break, Gary Harris auto headed to Brett Diddley, Brett with the Nuggets. And then, oh my Lanta. We have the out of 5, Austin Rivers of the Rockets, the Tyrese Halliburton disco variation, and the base, he came in like a mellow ball. LaMelo Ball of the Hornets to David, Tyrese Halliburton of the Kings to Buddy, and Austin Rivers of the Houston Rockets going to Josh. And with that, we are done with a break number 1380. Done with break number 1380. And we will be right back from BT Park with some Bowman Chrome. Here we go, folks. This is break 1408, the 2021 Topps Bowman Chrome. One box, pick your team. It's funny, normally the 3-team randoms are our most popular baseball breaks, and that was just not the case this evening. We have a Buster Posey of the Giants, followed by Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays. A 40-man futures, Max Meyer right there of the Miami Marlins, followed by Nick Yorke of the Red Sox and Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds. Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, followed by an Akil Badu RC of the Detroit Tigers. Detroit Tigers head to Edvin, followed by a summer camp Riley Green of the Tigers as well. Then we have Adley Rutschman of the Orioles and Francisco Alvarez of the New York Mets. We have a Yermain Mercedes RC of the Chicago White Sox headed to Jacks, followed by a Jose Garcia RC of the Cincinnati Reds. And then we have the Trent DeVoe Dawn of Glory of the Los Angeles Angels right there. And that is headed to Melissa, followed by Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves and Emmanuel Beltre Bowman first of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Jacks. Garrett Crochet RC of the Chicago White Sox headed to Jacks, followed by Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves going to Brooks. A 40-man futures, Jeremy De La Rosa of the Washington Nationals, followed by a Bowman first, Po Yu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that's heading to Edvin, followed by Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers, going to Daniel. We have a little Brady Singer RC. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Eugenio Suarez of the Cincinnati Reds. Cincinnati Reds right there. Then we have a Kevin Mead Bowman first of the Chicago Cubs. And that is going to Carissa, followed up by a Josiah Gray of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Josiah Gray of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Daniel. And then here we go, folks. Our first auto is going to be Tyler Gentry of the Kansas City Royals. And that is going to be heading to Gavin. And we're on to our last pack in this break. Or in this box. Whit Merrifield of the Royals. Luis Ariza of the Twins. A George Springer out of 299 of the Blue Jays headed to Jacks. Ed Howard of the Cubs and Marco Luciano of the San Francisco Giants. And now we are on to our second box in this one. We have Clark Schmidt of the New York Yanks RC right there going to Jax, followed by Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants RC to Cynthia. A 40-man futures Garrett Mitchell of the Milwaukee Brewers, followed by Christian Robinson of the Diamondbacks and a Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics. And Bowman first, and that is going to be heading to Daniel. Tariq Screwball of the Detroit Tigers headed to Edvin, followed by Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Gavin RC. Then we have a Summer Camp Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins, followed up by a Pedro Leon of the Houston Astros, Bowman first, and Miguel Blaze of the Boston Red Sox going to Carissa. Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds, Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, a out of 199 fuchsia refractor, Jeremy De La Rosa of the Washington Nationals to Michael, followed by an Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Minnesota Twins, Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Twins, followed up by Alexander Vizcaino of the New York Yankees. Gleyber Torres of the Yanks, followed by Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants. A 40-man futures Blaze Jordan right there, following up with Jordan Adams of the the Los Angeles Angels, and Tristan Casas of the Boston Red Sox. Jose Abreu of the White Sox, Ronald Acuna of the Atlanta Braves, a online redemption card. That's going to be Gabriel Rodriguez, Bowman Chrome Auto of the Cleveland Guardians, headed to Allen. Following that up, we have Jeremy Pena of the Astros and Tyler Soderstrom of the A's. And on to our last pack. Taylor Trammell, RC of the Boston Red Sox, of the Seattle Mariners. Sorry, misspoke there. Going to Melissa. Christian Javier of RC right there. Then we have the Bowman Chrome Jared Kelenic, RC out of 25. Nice hit right there. Of the Seattle Mariners. And that is going to be going to Melissa, followed up by Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners and Austin Martin of the Blue Jays. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Christian Javier of the Houston Astros, Taylor Trammell of the Mariners, Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays, Tariq Screwball of Detroit, Joey Bart of the Giants, Clark Schmidt of the Yankees, Brady Singer of Kansas City, Ian Anderson of Atlanta, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Jose Garcia of the Reds, Jermaine Mercedes of the White Sox, and Akil Badu of the Detroit Tigers. And our Bowman First Edition, we have Alexander Vizicano of the Yanks, Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Twins, Miguel Bless of the Red Sox, Pedro Leon of the Houston Astros, Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics, Jose Gray of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Kevin Maid of the Chicago Cubs, followed up by Eduardo Garcia of the Brewers, Poyu Chen of the Pirates, and Mr. Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Dawn of Glory, Trent DeVoe, and the out of 25, Jared Kalenic. Trent DeVoe of the Angels headed to Melissa. Jared Kalenic of the Mariners going to Melissa as well. And then we'll follow that up with 2 autos. We have the Tyler Gentry auto of the Kansas City Royals going to Gavin, and the Gabriel Rodriguez auto of the Cleveland Guardians going to Alan. And with that, we are done with break 1408. We will be right back from BT Field for some Prism Draft Picks Hobby Hybrid Team Random. We are back and ready to rock and roll, but before we do, we have to randomize football. Type football in the chat. John, can we get a 5-second countdown?
Sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is William B.
William B. William B. Gonna be getting the Illusions from 2019. Little Leonard Fournette, Greedy Williams, Fletcher Cox, Rashawn Gary, Antonio Brown, and Brian Burns. And William, just confirm, yep, I believe that's Bill Byer.
Okay.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 947. 947, the 2021 Panini Prism Draft Picks Hobby Hybrid 1-box team random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. And it's going to be 4 times. Beginning the giveaway. 1, or the randomization. 2, 3, and 4. Alrighty, and we are ready to rock and roll. Here we go. 5 cards per pack, 12 packs per box in the last break of the evening. Little Daniel Jones to kick things off. Derrick Henry, Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins, followed by Mr. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Javon Holland headed to Steven. Trevor Lawrence headed to Jonathan. And then Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears headed to Dave. We have Daryl Henderson, followed by Adam Thielen. The Crusade, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, headed to Jonathan. Then we have Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, headed to Steven. And Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, headed to David. Good night, Cynthia. Have a great night. And a great day tomorrow. And happy belated birthday. We have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Jordan Love of the Colts, or the Green Bay Packers. Then we have a Jarrett Stidham right there. Jarrett Stidham with that nice blue, and that is not numbered. Followed by Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars right there, headed to Jonathan, and then Tyson Campbell from Georgia, and we'll make sure to look that up in this sorting. Nicholas Chubb, followed by Tom Brady, Azeez Olahari right there of the New York Giants, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, and Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Malcolm Kuntz is the auto right there. Malcolm Kuntz, and we will from the University of Buffalo, and we will figure out where he's at. One moment, please. Malcolm Kuntz of the Raiders. Going to Steven, followed by Zach Wilson of the Jets and Trey Lance of the 49ers. Zach Wilson of the Jets to Steven, and Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Jonathan. A little Kirk Cousins, followed by Antonio Gibson. A little Larry Fitzgerald throwback. Then we have Mr. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens, and Patrick Jones II from the University of Pittsburgh. Rashad Bateman going to David. Tyler Boyd, followed by Josh Jacobs, a little Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, and that's going to be the purple out of 50, followed by a Crusade Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Steven, and Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Joseph. Five packs left, including this one. Juju Smith-Schuster, Kyler Murray, little Phillip Rivers, followed by Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens to David, and Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers to T-Man. We have a little Jacob Eason, James Conner, Carson Wentz, followed by Asante Samuel Jr. of the Chargers, and Tylan Wallace from Oklahoma State University. We have 3 packs left in this break. Devontae Adams of the Packers, Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs, Jamar Chase Crusade of the Cincinnati Bengals, followed by a Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills. Jamar Chase of the Bengals headed to Steven. Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Brandon. Patty Mahomes right there, followed by Ben Roethlisberger. A little Mac Jones, All-Americans of the New England Patriots headed to Haley. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Joseph. And Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Steven. On to our last pack. Josh Kelly of the Chargers, Stephon Diggs of the Bills, Chase Claypool of the Steelers, followed by the Crusade, Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys, and then Tyler Vaughns from USC. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Tyler Vaughns from UFC, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, Joseph Asai of the Bengals, Jamie Newman of the Eagles, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Carlos Basham of the Bills, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Tylen Wallace, Asante Samuel Jr. of the Chargers, Pat Farmouth of the Steelers, Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Nico Collins of the Texans, Patrick Jones, followed by Rashad Bateman of the Ravens, Trey Lance of the 49ers, Zach Wilson of the Jets, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, Terrace Marshall of the Carolina Panthers, Azeez Olahari, Tyson Campbell, Dylan Moses of the Jaguars, Justin Fields of the Bears, Kwity Paye of the Colts, Trey Lance of the 49ers, Justin Fields of the Bears, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, and Javon Holland of the Miami Dolphins. And now on to the featured cards, of which there is one, and it is a Malcolm Kuntz auto of the Las Vegas Raiders, and that is headed to Steven. And with that, we are done with break 947. And that means we are done for the evening. Thank you to everyone who spent the Saute birthday special with me. I'm feeling generous, so I will run those specials all the way through Friday's show. I'm expecting a packed Friday show with all those red zone breaks. In addition, that is show number 100. 100. If you follow us on Instagram, you know that we are giving away a box of 2021 Bowman Chrome HTA Choice. You know that we're giving away a Michael Jordan PSA 8 1990 Fleer. You know that we're giving away a Khalil Mack signed football. What you don't know that we're giving away is this Barry Sanders 1989 Topps traded near mint right there. Little Topps traded near mint Barry Sanders that we will be giving away as well. So with that, folks, I hope you have a great evening. Thank you to John and Dan for hanging out here. Thanks to BreakTraders Tucker for hanging out in the house. And most importantly, thank you to all of you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you for our 100th show on Friday. Have a great day, a great next 2 days, and happy breaking.